I've enlisted our friend Charles' able assistance in this portion of our presentation for reasons which will soon become obvious. Charles? Now place it inside the plastic bag. Now break the bulb. Excellent. Now reach inside and choose a piece and hand it to me. Thank you. You may return to your seat. Fire, one of the most powerful and destructive forces of nature.
Oh, that's impressive, as you said earlier.
If I can direct your attention to the demonstration area, I'll give you a first-hand look at psychic surgery. The next time you or someone you know is approached by a member of a New Age group, remember what you have seen here today.
So, what was stolen?
What wasn't?
Dad, they took my computer.
I wish I could figure out how all this happened.
You Hutchison? Craig Hutchison?
Yeah?
We got 12 minutes and 43 seconds to nab the cyberpunks that robbed you.
Cyberpunks?
Yeah, they got all the information they needed through your computers. Come on! The name's .com, Detective First Class, Cyber Sector. Pretty incredible place, isn't it?
Amazing. Where are we?
Cyberspace, the net, the web, you know, out there. Millions of people come here every day to explore new worlds. You can meet people in chat rooms, entertain yourself with games, visit online museums, access libraries around the world, even shop till you drop. But, just like the real world, it's got its dangers. A virus swarm!
What is it?
Your daughter.
Erica? Is she in danger?
Looks like it.
Oh. Well, she's working on a home economics assignment.
Exactly.
You made it sound like she was in danger. She's looking up recipes for cheesecake on the internet.
Look at the next website she's going to click on. Not exactly the sort of cheesecake her daughter had in mind.
No! Erica, stop!
But pornography is one of the biggest dangers for kids in cyberspace. A lot of it's extremely graphic and violent, and so easy to access that a child could stumble on it by accident, as you just saw. She's in a kids-only chat room right now. Let's see who she's talking to. First is Annie.
So, Erica, where are you from?
Seems nice enough.
I agree. Next is Matt.
I like to camp.
Well, so far, so good.
And finally, let's meet Katie. Looks like Katie could use a shave.
Topping the local news today, police have cracked a ring of criminals that has been using the internet to gather information to break into people's homes. Heading the investigation was Detective Doug Kahn.
Woo! Good afternoon, my friends. Oh man, Jesus. I haven't spoken out loud in Jesus, at least 24 hours. Sorry. I'm still quite still quite under the weather. And disclaimer. I'm probably gonna be in a bit of a mood. So I apologize in advance for not being very lively, but there's too much going on right now to ignore. And I was going to go over the new Betero Mega Motion thing, but you know, Melanie Little's going over it right now. Aiden went over it last night. All good, you know, but then it was just like, okay, well, I mean, you know, how many times you guys need to hear somebody go over fucking 88 pages of something that, you know what I mean, that, you know, we kind of already knew. We could just read it on our own. I have some thoughts on it, but I haven't finished reading it. I read about half of it last night. But you know, and I'm not saying, you know, like, first off, I love that Betero put this thing out there. It's a big, bold, awesome fucking move moving forward for Aiden's case. I'm going to do my best to make it to his hearing next week. So the plan is to go back up to Boston for that and be there to support. I just feel like, again, how many times does that need to be gone over? Because a lot of it we already kind of knew about. The stuff that we're really interested in is the stuff that's redacted. And it's redacted because the on Impound Town didn't happen. So, but hopefully it'll be streamed next week. Regardless, hopefully I'll be able to make it up there and get to hear some of this stuff argue. I don't even know if this is the motion that they're going to argue on that hearing. So I don't know. Hopefully that's the case. But I'd like to see Betero in action and see him, you know, argue this motion because it was very, very well written, at least what I read of it so far. clearly extremely organized, has got Olivia Niles' fingerprints written all over it, which is great. Really, really good move on Aiden's part to bring on Olivia to his defense team as an analyst. Really, really good things are. I don't see anything not good coming from Aiden's defense team moving forward. The great Tim Bradle, the mighty Mark Betterow, and of course Olivia. So, I don't know if it'll be streaming or not. I have no idea. I know that Karen's first hearing, her first civil hearing is on Monday. I don't know if I'll be able to make it up there for that. I'm not even sure if you can even sit in the courtroom for that. I don't even know how that works. So, and that's in Plymouth. So no, I'm not doing that. I'm not. Plymouth is an hour away from Dedham. I'm not doing that. So no. But yeah, no problem. So Court TV, okay, so Court TV is supposed to cover it, which is good too. Go see Plymouth Rock. Totally worth it. Maybe one of these days, but no, I'm not doing no, it's too much to do in the 2 days. And maybe it's just hard for me to visualize doing it just because of how I feel right now. You know what I mean? So I sound better. Do I really sound better? I don't feel like I sound better. But you get a
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Glad you said. Thank you, Norman Corey. I appreciate it. And don't go see Plymouth Rock because it's just a rock. Okay. It's 9 feet underground. What? Okay. Yeah, I don't care about any of that. So like I can already see myself getting testy because what I'm gonna go over, okay. I have made the mistake that one of the worst things about being sick is being bored out of your mind and spending a lot of time on social media. And I have spent the last 48 hours on Twitter, just like I will put it down and chill out and then like watch a movie and then, and I'll just kind of take social media in doses for the most part. But it's been pretty disheartening to say the least, the stuff that I've been seeing. Right. And every time I feel like I need a shower, I've taken like fucking 10 showers in the last 2 days because A, they make me feel better when I'm sick, and B, I feel fucking gross after I am on Twitter. And the hatred that is going on is crazy. And the most interesting observation and infuriating observation that I've made going over all of this, there's a lot of talk. This is what's really ironic. Like I'm gonna lay out this disclaimer too. I am not nearly educated enough to get into a debate on politics with anybody. This isn't so much about it's politically related, but this isn't so much about politics. Again, I don't have the education to properly and effectively debate an educated person on politics. Okay, so I'm not pretending to be. I will never do that. But there seems to be this lack of common sense amongst everyone There seems to be a lack of common sense. There seems to be, more importantly, among the people who seem to know so fucking much about politics, which it's really most people don't, honestly. Like the people that I'm seeing, they're just talking out of their asses anyway. I have yet to see a civil, like a discourse of, people sharing and exchanging information in order to make their point more valid. I'm not seeing this done really at all. And what I'm seeing mostly is just people looking for clicks. But most importantly, what I'm seeing is a real, a very, very alarming lack of patriotism. A lot of people are really, really, they're hardcore about their beliefs, and they're so hardcore about who they back up politically, and they're shaking their fists and they're clutching their pearls and they're all freaking out, but yet nobody seems to be saying anything that's even remotely fucking patriotic. Where did the patriotism go? That's what I'd like to know. And I feel like that's the goal. I feel like you've been duped, to quote Denzel in Malcolm X. You've been duped. You've been had. You've been hoodwinked, run astray, run amok, led astray, bamboozled, and everyone seems to love it. That's what's really wild. Nobody seems to go. Sorry, I'm probably going to cough a lot too. Nobody seems to, nobody seems to really be, they're angry and they don't even really know what the fuck they're angry about. They're angry at each other. That's what's so crazy, is everybody's so fucking angry at each other. And then there's always a scapegoat to be mad at, Right now it's Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, like, either stand with Jimmy Kimmel or, Jimmy Kimmel, how does it feel? Ha ha ha. That's what I'm seeing all the fucking time. Constantly. Like, it's not one person seems to have an original thought on the entire take of anything. That's what's crazy to me. Not one person. Like, I'm going through fucking Facebook, my personal Facebook, and then on my feed, Alex Winter, who played Bill, one of my favorite, most beloved movie characters of all time. Anybody who knows me will tell you that I love the Bill and Ted franchise. Even the third shittiest one. I love that movie. And fucking Bill gets up there and goes, I just wanted to make this video where I stand with Jimmy Kimmel. Stand with Jimmy Kimmel. Listen, fuck Jimmy Kimmel, dude. Jimmy Kimmel is a fucking cunt muppet. A cunt muppet. That means, to me, what a cunt muppet means is somebody who is an absolute cunt, made a living off of being a cunt, but now somebody fucking flaps his mouth for him and has been doing it. And now all of a sudden he's regarded as some sort of fucking hero. Now, I never paid much attention. No, he's not funny at all. Kevin Keane, he's not funny at all. He's a douchebag. And I'm sitting here and I'm looking at all of this shit about this guy. And I mean, well, good for you, Wendy G, but you love a fucking cunt muppet. Good for you. I'm missing the point about Kimmel. I love that shit. I love when people fucking say that. I'm missing the point about Kimmel. You hear this ignorant shit? I haven't even made a point about Kimmel yet. and he's telling me that I'm missing the point. You see what I'm talking about? This is a perfect thank you, Velvet, for being an ignorant fuck in my chat, because you're telling me that I am missing the point about Kimmel, and I haven't even made my point about Kimmel yet. What the fuck does that say about you? What it tells me is that you're an ignorant fucking retard. So, I'll continue. He is a cunt. That's my opinion of him as a person. But as far as the issue goes, I have not made my point yet. I haven't even begun to make my point yet. No, you are a retard, but stick around. Maybe you'll learn something. Maybe you won't be so much after this stream. So, yeah, what's really annoyed me about that is, and we're going to be very interactive, because some of you I'm going to insult, some of you I'm going to agree with. So, I mean, it is what it is. And yes, I am the kind of person that if you disagree with me, I'm not going to necessarily call you a retard or a cunt. But if you are being an ignorant asshole, I use the word retard to describe the willfully ignorant. And there is a lot of willfully ignorant people on Twitter. Some are in my chat right now. Thank you, Velvet, for creating that example. Jimmy isn't funny. He needs to get off his soapbox. He doesn't seem like a good person. He's not funny. He's not funny at all. And he's always on a soapbox. Like, when you're constantly bitching about the same one guy all the fucking time, that's called propaganda. That's not comedy. Where's the comedy? I doubt that there's one actually respected, renownedly respected comedian who respects Jimmy Kimmel. I doubt it. Because he's on some fucking network show. Well, not anymore, but he's on some network show where he just constantly whines and bitches about Donald Trump. Whining and bitching, whining and bitching, whining and bitching under the guise of making jokes. But these jokes are not funny when you fucking just hate the person that they're talking about. It's just vitriol. That's all it is. It's venom. That's it. So, and I'm just going to randomly go through some of these tweets that I've been looking at, right? I'm going to randomly just go over some of them. Because here's the thing. My favorite shit is the justification and rationalization of people's bullshit. That's my favorite shit that I'm seeing. The justification and rationalization of their nonsense. Because here's the thing, is Jimmy Kimmel, apparently what he did was he went on his soapbox on the Jimmy Kimmel Live or whatever the fuck his bullshit Disney ABC fucking show is. More fucking liberal propaganda. What he did was he went on that shit and said and made some bullshit joke implying or flat out saying that Charlie Kirk was killed by a Trump supporter, is what he's saying. Okay. The problem with that is it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the motive to murder Charlie Kirk was. It was wrong. It matters in convicting him. It matters as far as proof. It matters as far as as far as convicting the person beyond a reasonable doubt. And okay, MAGA shooter, so fucking what? Crazy people do crazy shit all the fucking time. Everybody's like, oh my God, it was a MAGA shooter, or it was the liberals who wanted to silence him because they were afraid of him because he was going to be the next president. I never even heard of this fucking guy until he got shot. Now, don't get me wrong. After he got shot, I had to see what all the hubbub was about. And I went down rabbit hole after rabbit hole listening to this guy's debates at so many different colleges. And I was like, holy shit, this guy was not the guy that they're making him out to be. You fucking liberals painted this guy to be something that he wasn't because you couldn't hold your own in a simple conversation with him. Everybody thought, oh, yeah, they got all hyped getting in front of that mic. Every single one of these fucking libtards, they get all hyped getting in front of that mic to talk to Charlie Kirk. I'm going to fucking own this guy. And then he's sitting there like this with a microphone going, okay. And then somebody gets up there, says, oh, well, yeah, how could you say that there's no such thing as white privilege? And he goes, there's not any such thing as white privilege. And then somebody goes, and then he goes, wait. Let me ask you a question. Name one thing that white people can do that black people can't. One thing. And they were like, nothing. And he goes, there's no such thing as white privilege. Next. I was like, awesome. Now, I'm not saying there's no such thing as white privilege. I'm saying you couldn't own this guy in an argument, is my point. I don't know if there's such a thing as fucking white privilege. Maybe I'm living in the same fucking bubble as so many other people. I don't fucking know. The thing is I didn't ask to be in this bubble. I didn't ask to be in this fucking box. Okay, see, I love this shit. I heard about this argument that he said he was afraid of black airline pilots on his show. He's a bit more complex than that. See, that is dumbing it down to me to make it seem that he's a racist immediately when it's not as simple as that. I agree with you. It's way more complex than that. His problem was the fact that there was something called affirmative action. And that if there was a black airline pilot, this is his argument, if there's a black airline pilot who gets hired simply because of the color of his skin, he's not going to feel as comfortable flying on that plane as somebody he knows got the job because of their skill, because of their training, because of their education. That's all he said. So, yeah, if you ask me, would I prefer to be hired or to be flying on a plane flown by a pilot who got there through their merit versus got there because of a diversity hiring reason? I'm going to feel more safe on the plane being flown by the person who got hired by their merit. Black or white doesn't matter as long as they got hired by their merit. That's the point. And I stand by that. I absolutely stand by that. But people want to twist everything because they can't fucking win an argument with the guy. Oh my God, he's a racist and he's a misogynist and he's blah, 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 blah. Like, you sound crazy. Okay, I love that. You do too. But you're not going to assume. You're not going to assume that because he's black. I get what you're saying. You're saying because that pilot may be black, he was you're not going to assume that he was a diversity hire. But the thing is there's the risk. You're not looking at the grand scheme of things. There's the risk. He's an airline pilot. He has over 400 passengers on his plane. He's responsible for the lives of 400 people. There's a difference. Do I like Christopher Titus? I remember the show Titus, but I didn't watch it much. I remember Chris Titus. Don't really remember much about him. It was a long time ago. So, I mean, it's real easy to label somebody when you don't want to think critically. It's real easy to put somebody in a category when you don't want to think critically and have an actual conversation. And this is what made the liberals who hate Charlie Kirk so much look so bad. That's why. Now you have a right to hate the guy, and you have a right to feel how you feel about him. You have a right to say what you fucking think about the guy. You have every right. Every one of us who fucking speaks publicly is technically a public figure, and you make yourself subject to that. I'm probably going to lose a shit ton of subscribers from doing this stream, and I'm okay with that. I am absolutely okay with that. Because I'd rather be able to bend the ear of people who are willing to listen and willing to have a conversation. I'd much rather have those kind of subscribers than people who are just going to go. Take BLT Mania parody here, for instance, right? He made a very, very kind point. We don't see eye to eye politically, clearly on these issues. We don't see eye to eye on these issues, but he said something very kind and said, you know what? Like, say what you want about Will, but Will is the only one who's been consistent with his ideologies this entire fucking time. And I take pride in that because I know what I believe in, and I know what I feel convictions about, what I have convictions for. I absolutely know these things about myself. I'm comfortable with myself, and I'm comfortable standing by them. So and try not to fight with each other in the chat. You guys can have a conversation here. Try not to. I understand. I'm not trying to tell anybody how to feel or what to do. Just for the sake of keeping the shit moving forward and being productive, try to be receptive towards what the other person is saying to you, and try to be respectful if you can. So ABC uses public airwaves. They're held to a higher standard. Jesus Christ, dude, I use public fucking airwaves. Anybody can fucking log into this shit. What do you think this is? You can't even watch TV without cable anymore. What do you mean? You can't even access cable without the internet almost anymore. So it's all available. What are you talking about? It's all available. The FCC isn't regulating my shit. And I'll tell you this right now. I call 150% bullshit on ABC's excuse that the Trump administration threatened them. They said, we're going to fight. Bullshit. You don't think that ABC News, as much as they trash Trump on a daily basis, You don't think that ABC News, the second that they would have gotten something in writing, an email or recorded phone call, whatever, they're not gonna fucking air that and go, they tried to get us to fucking cancel Kimmel. We're not doing that. We believe in the First Amendment, blah, 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 blah. They didn't do that. What they did was show the world that they're cucks. And that's why I don't believe it happened. Oh, well, we got threatened by the FCC, so we had to take it. Bullshit. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to do that. They're going to fucking go. I mean, what do you think? What do you think Aiden would have done? Dr. Turtleboy. Because he's done it about 100 times where somebody threatens him. And then what does he do? He writes a fucking article about him. And then he talks about the article the next time he goes live on a Tuesday or Saturday night. That's what he fucking does every time. Don't fucking give me this bullshit that that ABC was all of a sudden so scared of the FCC. That they played this fucking game where they're playing victims to the Federal Communications Commission. Bullshit. Bullshit. These people would have recorded a conversation. These people would have blasted out the email, said this happened. We're not doing that. We stand by Kimmel. This is a First Amendment issue. And this is the American Broadcasting Company, the American Broadcasting Company. That would have been way more powerful against Donald Trump's administration. Way more powerful. But they didn't have the balls to do that. What they did was they made the decision to put Kimmel aside because they were like, ooh, things are too sensitive. What do? We cancel. Because that's what ABC does. They did it. Fucking Disney. Sorry. Disney owns ABC now. Disney canceled Gina Carano. Disney canceled fucking Roseanne Barr. I mean, and this is what gets me, dude. What really gets me is, let me just fucking pull this up because this is just fucking pure stupidity. Pure fucking stupidity. Hold on. So, Dave Portnoy, the president of Barstool Sports, I never liked this guy. And just recently, he beefed a little with Turtleboy. Turtleboy pretty much owned him. And this guy lashed out, threw a hissy fit, whined and bitched, basically outed himself as somebody who follows Turtleboy quite closely, because somehow he's privy to whatever drama is going on between him and Karen Reed, whatever the fuck that is. I'm privy to some of it, but I won't talk about it. And because I'm not here for that, and I'm here for the bigger picture. I'm here about things that are much more important. And I've said 100 times, I am here. Will Titus posted in favor of Kimmel First Amendment concerns. Same reason I support Turtleboy First Amendment rights and all equality. Thank you, Sinan. That is a point that I'm going to get to, and I appreciate you. Thank you for that. I'm going to get to this point, but, and I'm going to use fucking Soy Boy Portnoy to do it. Fucking Turtle Boy Fanboy Portnoy. I'm going to use him to do it. So here he puts this, he writes this tweet yesterday, and he says, with Kimmel getting canned, I'm seeing lots of people talking about the hypocrisy of cancel culture. To me, cancel culture is when people go out of their way to dig up old tweets, videos, etc., looking for dirt on someone they don't like in an effort to get them fired. Like if Kimmel got canceled for shit he did on the Man Show, that would be cancel culture. But when a person says something, now this is my favorite part, when a person says something that a ton of people find offensive, rude, dumb in real time, and then that person is punished for it, that's not cancel culture. That is consequences for your actions. Now, I'm going to read that part one more time. When a person says something that a ton of people find offensive, rude, dumb in real time, and then that person is punished for it, that's not cancel culture. No, Soy Boy, that is the fucking definition of cancel culture. That is exactly what cancel culture is. It is literally fucking cancel culture. That's why this guy is a fucking retard. And then the last line is an excuse to justify it. That is consequences for your actions. And people keep calling it now. They're changing the name of it. This is what the fucking conservatives now are doing. All the fucking Trumpers all over the internet are going, no. It's not cancel culture. It's consequence culture. You sound fucking retarded. It is absolutely cancel culture. I have always been against cancel culture. I have never supported it. But now that it's happening to one of the people who almost probably supported cancel culture, I don't know this for a fact that Jimmy Kimmel did or not. I don't know that. But he definitely is on the side that supports cancel culture and did support cancel culture. I mean, I'm not sitting here going, oh, well, you know, this guy deserves to be canceled. This guy deserves it. He did it to himself. Dude, what are you talking about? You don't think that as soon as he said that shit about Charlie Kirk, there wasn't a shit ton of people digging up all the things that he said when he put on blackface and dressed up like a basketball player, when he was on the Man Show, fucking sniffing some girl's ass, looking through one of those beach scopes with Adam Carolla standing right next to him, sitting there going, yeah, Jimmy, that's hilarious. Fuck these people, dude. Jimmy Kimmel absolutely is an absolute fucking douchebag and did everything that would get anyone else canceled. The only reason he didn't get canceled was because he was anti-Trump. That's the only reason the libtards didn't fucking cancel him 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago. That's the only reason. It is absolutely cancel culture. You're just renaming it to justify it. No, it's consequence culture. Bullshit. Because here's the thing. None of you motherfuckers are patriotic. Because if you were, you would be absolutely against it. Period. Didn't matter who it happens to. And these people have an opportunity. All of these Trump supporters, they have an opportunity to be the bigger person collectively. They had an opportunity and they fucking blew it in the last 24 hours. They fucking blew it. You MAGA people, you fucking blew it. By sitting there pointing fingers and going, ha, 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 fuck around, find out. Tables have turned, ha, 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 ha. All you're doing is solidifying and justifying everything that they've done, that you talked about so much. that you were so loud against. Nobody should get canceled, Microdots. Nobody should get canceled is my point. Free speech is free speech. How many times do I got it? What the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing here? We're fighting for Aiden, right? But we're not really fighting for Aiden. We're supporting Aiden because Aiden is fighting for free speech. Are you guys not aware of this? Because I've been aware of this entire time. Go back to my first fucking live stream covering Aiden's case. And I'll tell you right now, I guarantee you to some degree, in some form, I said, this isn't so much about Aiden as it is about your free speech. Because if this could happen to him, it could happen to anybody. Same shit with Karen Reed. If what could happen to Karen Reed could happen to her, it could happen to anybody. I have been consistent with this from the beginning. Shine on you, Crazy Diamond. Thank you. The fact that different opinions and viewpoints are expressed in various media without fear of being crucified for them enables to form our own opinions order. Let me ponder on that statement for a second. The fact that different opinions and viewpoints are expressed in various media without fear of being crucified for them enables us to form our own opinions. I don't think it's that. I really don't think it's that simple. I mean, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I do. But I don't know if it's that simple. Because what ends up happening, cancel culture isn't done by, you got to understand, like ABC, the reason why I have no respect for a conglomerate like ABC or Disney is because they pander. I don't respect news media outlets that pander. I certainly do not respect entertainment companies that pander. Nobody in the business of creative art should pander, and nobody tasked with the responsibility of delivering facts and information should pander either. You should just simply put out what you fucking put out. Art is subjective. These people over here are going to get it. These people over here aren't. It just is what it is. Which I'll bring into the conversation, the issue with Peter Tragos from Lawyer You Know, because everybody on Twitter got all fucking pissy with me about that too. But I'll talk about that too. But so Dave Portnoy saying, oh, it's just consequences for your actions. That's fucking hilarious to me, dude. Let me see something here real quick. Let me read some of the comments of when I reposted this, because I think somebody posted. See, look at this. Right here, this guy right here. This is the ignorance I'm talking about. This asshole named James Walbert says, I think the woke mind virus got a hold of you. It's very simple. Sinclair and Nexstar, two companies that hold broadcasting rights for ABC, decided to remove Kimmel from the air with Disney. No one was crying when Gina Carano got canned for her beliefs from Disney, sued and won against them. Bullshit. Everybody complained. All the right, that the whole right fucking movement fucking complained about Gina Carano getting canceled. I'm not left or right. I'm the guy that when you ask me who I'm voting for, I tell you it's none of your fucking business. That's who I am. Sometimes I vote just to exercise my right to vote. And the truth is, it's been a long time since there's been a candidate that I liked and respected. It's been a long time. So anybody saying, oh, well, you're following the liberal Kool-Aid, you're swallowing the liberal Kool-Aid, blah, 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 blah. Bullshit. No, because the truth is, the liberals are the ones who have annoyed me the most for the last few years. More than anybody. But the right is merely just doing exactly what the liberals are doing. They're going, oh, well, how does it feel? They got this whole how does it feel attitude going on. Now, what does that do? What does that do for your beliefs? What does that do? It does nothing. What are you getting done? By pointing fingers at each other. Don't sit here and say you disagree with me without making a valid fucking point, please. Make your point. And I'm saying that to your benefit because you just look like a fucking dumb asshole by saying, I disagree. Make a valid point in my chat, please. Slow mode's not on. There's only 300 people in here. Slow mode's not on. You can make your point as many times in the chat as you want. People have been getting murdered, Michael. You don't think that I'm aware of the fact that people are getting murdered? You're taking that murder and using it as an excuse to be cunts. I don't give a fuck what you say. I mean, yeah, let's get into that point now too. This is one of the fucking things, because I know there's people that I like and respect that disagree with me wholeheartedly on this. But I don't think that people should be fired for having an opinion. The only people that I don't think should have a job when it comes to blasting out their opinions are teachers, because children are still impressionable. That's it. That's the only thing. And I'll elaborate. But I'll elaborate in a moment. I'm going to make the point that children are impressionable. Children cannot make their own decisions. Oh, I'm going to get to the doctor's point. I'm so glad you brought that up. Children are impressionable. Teachers should absolutely be fired for expressing their political opinions. They should be putting both issues on the table, both sides of the issue on the table, and teach the children how to decide on these things, how to think critically. That should be a teacher's job, not influencing and pushing their agendas on impressionable children. There's a reason why kids can't consent to sex, because they're not ready for it. They don't have the mental development yet to properly consent. That is why it's wrong. And the same goes for issues like where you live politically. Now, you should be educated on it, but children should be guided to think critically. Your bullshit agenda and political opinions should never be pushed on impressionable children. Never. And that means simply it boils down to you're not qualified to do your job. What is your job? Your job is to educate children. Your job is to teach children how to think critically and independently. That is your job, to prepare them for a dog-eat-dog fucking world. That is your job. If you're not doing your job, you should be fired. That's what that boils down to. Fuck all the anger about, oh my God, they're teaching kids that trans people can have babies and blah, 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 blah. It's insane. Now, yes, I don't agree with that shit either. But my point being is that's not really the issue. The real issue is that they shouldn't be teaching kids their beliefs and pushing them on those kids. That's the issue. Otherwise, there's just a new problem every week. Boil it down to what it boils down to. A teacher's job is to teach kids the world, what's going on in it, and how to think critically. That's why they make you write creative essays. That's what they did when I was in school. They make you write essays. They said, tell me why you think this should be a law or this shouldn't be a law. Tell me what you think. Right. It is grooming. It is grooming. So then the other issue is doctors. That's my favorite. Let me see if I can find the clip. I don't remember where this person posted this. But yeah, this person just fucking annoyed me, dude. Here it is. So here, so this cat turd person is a complete and utter cunt too. So this cat turd person, this is the argument where this is their response to my comment where I said, I'm neither MAGA nor anti-MAGA. I've personally decided to think outside of the box. I've never once chosen for myself. I'm an American patriot loyal to the ideas put forth by my forefathers and the Almighty. Nothing else. And I stand by that statement 100%. I couldn't be more clear about how I think in terms of politics. That is me describing what I think of being what I think of myself as an independent. That is my description of myself as an independent. And I'll repeat it. I'm neither MAGA nor anti-MAGA. I've personally decided to think outside of the box. I never once chose for myself. I'm an American patriot loyal to the ideas put forth by my forefathers and the Almighty. Nothing else. And then this person post this cat turd post. And let me just go ahead and share this real quick. I love this. This is why you getting fired for expressing your opinion on Charlie Kirk is justified. I love this.
So to all the people on the left who are saying that they think it is really wrong that they're being fired from their jobs for celebrating the murder of someone, that they just didn't like what he said. To you, I want to give you a little example. I use nurses or doctors or somebody in the healthcare industry because I think that's the most terrifying ones that should have kept their mouth shut. I've just been in a car accident. I'm coming in. My life is hanging by a thread, and I'm wearing a MAGA hat or MAGA t-shirt.
Look how
And the doctor that sees me
she's so serious. I love this.
hates MAGA, hates Charlie Kirk, hates people like that, and thinks that we should all be dead. My life is now in his hands. He took an oath to treat everyone the same. But he sees my t-shirt, he looks at me, my life is in his hands. Is he going to treat me the same way he's going to treat someone else? No.
How do you know that?
Absolutely is not. Or she. That
How do you know
person is
that?
a threat to that industry, to that organization, to that hospital, that business. Maybe is it quite as serious if you work at Starbucks?
I gotta
Maybe
hear
not.
this.
But if
I gotta hear this fucking idiot one more time because I can't believe my fucking ears. Hold on.
people on the left who are saying that they think it is really wrong that they're being fired from their jobs for celebrating the murder of someone, that they just didn't like what he said. To you, I want to give you a little example. I use nurses or doctors or somebody in the healthcare industry because I think that's the most terrifying ones that should have kept their mouth shut. I've just been in a car accident. I'm coming in. My life is hanging by a thread, and I'm wearing a MAGA hat or MAGA t-shirt. And the doctor that sees me
Thank you, Gerda K.
hates MAGA, hates Charlie Kirk, hates people like that, and thinks that we should all be dead. My life is now in his hands. He took an oath to treat everyone the same. But he sees my t-shirt, he looks at me, my life is in his hands. Is he going to treat me the same way he's going to treat someone else? No, he absolutely is not.
Right here, this fucking moron, and yes, this woman is fucking retarded. This woman right here is sitting here saying definitively that this doctor is not going to treat her and do the best he can to save her life, regardless of an oath he took. He or she, excuse me, regardless of an oath that he or she took, the Hippocratic Oath. Regardless of this, that she's sure, no way that that person is going to listen to and follow their oath and have conviction behind their oath and their ethics behind being a doctor. Regardless of their she's not giving them even remotely the benefit of the doubt that they would put their political differences aside to save a life. Just because they said, hey, you know what? One less Charlie Kirk fan out there. That person, that doctor had nothing to do with that. They just expressed an opinion. And that's the thing, is these opinions, as much as I think you are a fucking piece of shit for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, this man had a family. Regardless of what your politics are, this man had a family. This man was a devout Christian. Regardless of whether or not you're a Christian, but you're a fucking hypocrite if you are respecting Muslims and how devout they are to their religion, but you can't respect someone being Christian and being devout to their religion. You're the problem. Excuse me. No, I'm sorry. I can't respect anyone who is finding truth in this because all it is you justifying wanting to get people fired from their job for having a different opinion. I'll explain why. Because here's the thing. I'll let her finish. To be fair, I'll let her finish real quick.
Or she. That person is a threat to that industry, to that organization, to that hospital, that business. Maybe is it quite as serious if you work at Starbucks? Maybe not. But if I come in my MAGA t-shirt, how do I know you're not spitting in my coffee in the back? These people,
how do you know,
hate us so much.
Where's the line?
And
how do you know that person's not poisoning your coffee, lady? Where's the line? So let's get doctors fired, but let's not get anybody else fired. Let's Starbucks, that's okay, right? That's okay. They might spit in my coffee. What if they fucking put rat poison in your coffee?
Think that we should be treated different or we should be dead. And that is a liability to any company. But by all means, keep showing yourself. It's very helpful to businesses.
What a fucking idiot. Unreal. Now, let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about this doctor, right? This doctor, he or she, who has somebody with a MAGA hat or a MAGA shirt rolling up into the ER, hanging by a thread. Their life is hanging by a thread, and they are depending on this liberal doctor to save their life. Okay? Again, first, how do you know that this person can't put their politics aside? Because isn't that what their oath is in the first place? Aren't we supposed to trust doctors to do this? Now, do I think it's irresponsible for a doctor to do that? Yes. I think it's shitty for anybody to go online and celebrate someone being killed. Of course, I think that sucks. That's shitty. But it doesn't mean that they can't do their job. And my favorite shit is, I'm like, well, okay. Another argument that I had was, well, this doctor. So wait a second. So you're saying that this person should be fired because they spoke up and they said publicly how they felt about Charlie Kirk's death. And they should be fired for expressing their opinion. No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they're dangerous. They're dangerous because they could absolutely, they might hurt somebody. They might not do the best they can to help save that person's life, even though it's their job to do so, right? They might. Okay. So here's my big question. What about the liberal doctors who don't speak up publicly? Are they less dangerous or more dangerous than the ones who do put out YouTube videos and TikTok videos expressing their happiness that there's no more Charlie Kirk in the world? Are the ones who keep their opinions to themselves and keep quiet about it, are they less dangerous or more dangerous than the ones who are loud about it? Because in my experience, the quiet ones are the ones you need to worry about. Can anybody here disagree with that? I mean, every time you hear about a fucking serial killer, he was a quiet man. Every time you hear about a fucking mass shooter, he was a quiet man. Exactly, Stacy Q. Great point. We'll never know. So what's the solution? Go around and get everyone fired? Because at the end of the day, what it boils down to is you are getting people fired for expressing their opinions, not because they're dangerous, because I just threw the danger argument out the fucking window. The ones who are quiet are obviously more dangerous. The ones who don't blast their shit all over the internet are obviously more dangerous. So what is your problem? Your problem is that they express their opinion. Your problem is that they exercise their freedom of speech. MAGA. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Those of you who are sitting here trying to use this bullshit excuse that doctors shouldn't be fucking saying things. The bottom line here is you are absolutely un-American if you are trying to get someone fired from their job for having an opinion, excluding teachers whose job it is to guide children. You don't get to cherry pick when free speech is okay and good and helpful and awesome. Love that shit. I love that whole fucking attitude. Freedom of speech is absolute, except when. No, except when. It's absolute. It's absolute. Cancel culture is wrong, except when. No, there is no except when. It is wrong. Either you're against it or you're okay with it. Because as soon as you put that except when in there, you're okay with it. You're letting the world know that you're okay with cancel culture. And every single person, yes, every MAGA person who is cheering for Jimmy Kimmel to be canceled and saying, "Oh, that's exactly what should have happened. He shouldn't be doing that. He shouldn't be saying that." You are a fucking hypocrite. If you had a problem with Roseanne Barr getting canceled, if you had a problem with Gina Carano getting canceled, if you had a problem with James Woods getting canceled, and that's another cunt, by the way, if you had a problem with James Woods getting canceled, then you are a fucking hypocrite. If you're cheering for anybody getting canceled or fired for saying something, expressing whatever their opinion might be about Charlie Kirk, you're a fucking hypocrite. Great point. How did this happen? We were all raised on South Park, Family Guy, Chappelle's Show. How do we get this soft? Dude, and I'm trying to tell you, I tweeted this before. Your freedom of speech has never been more in danger than it is right now. Your freedom of speech is hanging by a thread. Your right to express yourself is hanging by a thread, and your right to express yourself is exactly the essence inside you that makes you human. It separates humanity from all the other animals and species on the planet. Polar bears don't make art. Dolphins don't make art. They don't compose music and perform and inspire. Now they do, but not deliberately. Means somebody might see dolphins fucking jumping and frolicking in the water and find that to be inspiring. That's a beautiful thing. But no other species known to man is inspired by these things other than us. And once our freedom to express these things is taken from us, the very essence that makes us human is taken from us. And everybody has taken it for granted. And in the worst way, they're perverting it. And they're perverting it in the sense that they're using it as a weapon against each other. To do what? To come out on top in an argument online? Because at the end of the day, that's what it is. What are you winning? What prize do you get from beating somebody in an argument online? What's the benefit? What do you get out of it? Me, Twitter pays me. But what do you get out of it? Validation. Phony validation. Validation from strangers who you'll never meet in your life. Validation from strangers who were too pussy to use their real names and pictures in their avatars. Validation from empty people. And I appreciate that, Lisa Marie. What's frustrating is, why am I the only motherfucker saying it? Kind of fucking Twilight Zone am I in right now? No, man, the politicians got you guys arguing, dude. That's what you don't understand. Dude, I was on to this shit years ago. I was on to this shit years ago. Dude, when I saw this shit, okay? When I saw this shit, let me find it for you real quick. When I saw this shit, when it happened back in 2020, I was like, this country is fucked. I was like, this country is absolutely fucked. That's when I realized it. That's when it was solidified. Just have to give me a second. I'll find it. God damn, it's so far away. Here we go. Oh, shit. This is an actual debate between our presidential candidates in 2020. This was happening, and I remember watching this from my job at the time and going, what am I looking at? We're fucked. What am I looking at? You don't think this was by design? I'll explain. Pay attention.
Just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest line. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I had, you know, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Now, I want to ask the chat, what's your biggest takeaway from what you just heard right there? What's your biggest takeaway from that? I want to ask people in the chat. Now, keep in mind, this is the 2020 presidential debate, globally televised, globally streamed. The whole world was watching us because at one point, this was considered the greatest country in the world. Everyone aspired to be like us. They either aspired to be like us or they envied us to the point of jealousy and hatred and wanted to destroy us. And these two potential leaders of this country were arguing about who's the better golfer. These two grown fucking men. Talking about who is the better golfer. As if America was aspiring to find out who could beat who in golf. Because that's what I want to visualize is which one of my presidents is going to be out there on the golf course with a great fucking under par, or how are the I don't even know how to play golf. Whoever the fuck. Who's the best putter? That's what I want to know. I don't know about you guys, but I take comfort in the idea that the priority for my president is he's going to be out in the fucking golf course golfing when the world is falling the fuck apart. And they were so arrogant as to assume, both of them. Trump brought it up. Biden could have easily been like, dude, I'd rather talk about foreign policy, but you want to talk about golf. You know, I mean, I'd really love to entertain, Mr. Trump's point here, but Biden could have absolutely done that. But no, he was like, wow, you're the better golfer? I don't think so. I'm the better golfer. And the whole country fell for it. The whole fucking country fell for it, dude. The whole country looked at that and was like, oh, yeah, get him, Trump. Let him know how you golf. And I'm sitting there going, what is happening right now? What am I looking at? I remember, I've always felt this way. I felt this way when it came to George W. Bush. I didn't like George W. Bush. And the first presidential candidate that I liked was Obama. I know a lot of you are going to be like, oh my God, Will, no, don't say that. Fuck. I get it. Because I regret it. I regret it. So you're not wrong for criticizing me for that. But I fell for it. Obama poured the sweetest sugar in my ear. That dude can talk. I mean, that motherfucker can talk. But, I mean, he's a fucking lawyer. You know? He's a fucking lawyer. Now, again, mind you, I'm a layman, shit lower than a layman, dude. I don't really know anything about politics, but I know that I want to be able to trust a leader to lead. And it doesn't take a college educated person to see that these people are not expressing and displaying any qualities of leadership. That's the whole point. Is I'm not qualified to be a leader. I'm not qualified for that. But that's why we vote. We vote for people who are qualified, people who we believe in speaking for us and representing us. And I haven't seen that shit in a long time. And everyone's standards got low. Everyone's standards got low. Why? Why did everyone's standards get low? Because you just accepted what you were handed, what was put in front of your face. You just accepted it. You just said, hey, okay. I mean, last night I was watching this documentary on Thomas Jefferson, right? Produced by Disney, which were these little things. And if you're enough of a critical thinker, then you could see through some of the shit that was going on, because they have these experts and historians who are talking on it, and some of them are just like, okay, there's clearly an agenda here. There's a political agenda in talking about Thomas Jefferson. So they'll state facts about Thomas Jefferson, but then they'll say stuff like, like the whole thing was like, one particular thing that was really funny. Thomas Jefferson, in his autobiography, which he wrote like 56 years after his presidency or something like that, or 56 years after the Declaration of Independence was written, he supposedly drafted a bill to the House of God. What was it called? It was before the Revolutionary War. God, I forgot the fucking name of it. Again, guys, I'm not very well educated. I apologize. But he drafted this bill to emancipate slaves, right? He states this in his autobiography. And then these historians are like, well, there's no evidence that he did that. And, people speculate that he just said this because he was, trying to win favor with people and blah, 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 blah. Dude, okay. This is still like 100 years before when he wrote his autobiography. It's still like 100 years before the slaves were freed by Abraham Lincoln. So, I mean, how did it benefit Thomas Jefferson to say that he wanted to emancipate slavery, to emancipate the slaves, if in the fucking 1700s? I mean, how does it benefit him to do that? You know what I mean? Like, why would he put himself out there as somebody who did something that was so unpopular? I mean, that makes no sense. But these historians wanted to be like, no, he lied about that. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I mean, now I'm not saying he's not lying. I don't fucking know. I wasn't there fucking 250 years ago. I don't fucking know. But I mean, it's just, it was so important for the History Channel, streamed by Hulu, owned by Disney, to make it a point like, I don't think that that's true. Blah, blah, like, just say that the guy claimed it to be in his autobiography. That's it. That's all you have to do. But we don't want to give the impression that he actually did do this, that he actually did draft this bill. Why would that be so hard to believe? It's just silly, man. I completely agree. At least that's my personal opinion. And you're free to have a different opinion. I get all that. People are like, oh my God. And they were really focused on this slave that he had kids with. Like the whole documentary was really focused on that. They kept like, when we come back, when we come back, did Thomas Jefferson impregnate all of these, impregnate this woman and have this affair with this slave? Blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, I mean, that's an interesting fact. Okay, fine. But that's all it is. It's just kind of an interesting fact. That should not be the man's legacy. The man drafted the Declaration of Independence. He was tasked by two of the most influential men in history, and even at the time, John Adams and Benjamin Franklin were like, dude, you're the guy. You got to do it. These were published, accomplished writers. Benjamin Franklin discovered fucking electricity, dude. John Adams set the standard for American law. He defended the British soldiers in the Boston Massacre, even though they were the enemy. Even though he knew he'd be scrutinized by everyone that considered themselves an American patriot and considered themselves revolutionaries against the tyranny of King George III. This guy was like, I don't care. If we're going to do this, we got to set a standard. These guys deserve a fair trial just like anybody else. He saw an opportunity to set an example and go, okay, we're going to let the evidence dictate whether or not these men did what they're being accused of. And he got them off. He got them off. His brother Samuel wasn't very happy. But, you know, we got seasonal lager out of it, so that's great. But, I mean, he wasn't happy. He was pissed. But it didn't matter. John Adams was like, I have a vision. Everyone deserves a right to a fair trial. Everyone deserves the benefit of being presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Everyone deserves that. That was the standard that John Adams set. There were no body cams back then. There was no ring camera footage. There was no ballistics. There was no DNA. And this man still managed to prove that these men were not responsible, that they were attacked by the locals there. He proved it. Wow, MU Crayons, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I mean, dude, Cherry's my right hand on this channel. She's my right hand on this channel, and she is an open liberal. And we argue, but we don't ever argue about politics. We don't argue about anything like that. In fact, last night we had a similar conversation about this, and it was a very productive conversation, her and I. But for some reason, nobody wants to have a conversation. Nobody wants to reach a solution. Everybody just wants to beat the other guy. That's the attitude all over the internet now. Everyone just wants to beat the other guy. They want to one-up the other person. People don't believe. Everybody arguing with each other on Twitter over politics. They don't actually believe in anything. Because if they did, they would try to reach a solution. Anybody calling themselves a patriot would go back to the roots of where their patriotism was spawned, what it was built off of. Everyone would do that. But they don't. Everyone on Twitter that I see arguing has forgotten what patriotism means. They forgot what free speech means. They forgot why cancel culture is wrong. Like, the bottom line is, if you believe truly in freedom of speech, then you are going to have the backbone and the thick enough skin to be able to handle hearing things you don't like. And the right has proven that they are just as incapable as the left in handling things. That's a fact. I don't give a fuck what you say, because I'm seeing it all over Twitter. I'll pull it up right now. Look at all this shit. Look at all this vitriol bullshit, dude. Look, all he wanted to do is make you laugh. Now we have no choice but to make you cry. Some dumb liberal basically saying, we're coming, we're going to get you. Look, libs of TikTok. Eric Swalwell looks like he's holding back tears over Jimmy Kimmel. He isn't coping well. Look at this. Great right here. Here's your boy, Soy Boy Portnoy. Barstool Sports CEO Dave Portnoy says he hopes a missile hits Greta Thunberg's boat as she sails towards Gaza with aid. I hope they hit a fucking like a missile on her boat. Knock that boat down, Greta. The guy who doesn't want politics being discussed on his platform and fired an intern for sending thoughts and prayers and condolences to a grieving family. Didn't mention politics at all. Didn't mention how much he admired anybody or anything like that, and I didn't say anything about agreeing with it, with what his politics were, and nothing like that. Right. This I completely agree with. This says it all. This is exactly what you fucking MAGA people sound like right now. What happened, man? What happened to having a candidate that you really truly believed in? Now, I will give Trumpers credit. I will give MAGA credit, because MAGA at one point truly believed in Donald Trump. Most of them still do. They truly believe in Donald Trump. They're like, he's the guy. He's going to do it. Because Donald Trump sold himself as somebody who's like, not about the politics. I'm not a politician, blah, blah, blah. That's great. But, I mean, this dude, the fact is Trump, he didn't condemn anyone for, he didn't condemn anybody for being vitriol and visceral towards the left when they're celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. He didn't condemn anyone for that. All he did was say the left is radical. They need to stop. We're fucking going to make Antifa, where I'm labeling Antifa as a terrorist organization, which I kind of agree with. But oh man, I just, you're fucking sleeping if you think that these politicians give a fuck about any of you. Like, all anybody's doing now, like, you've got to think. I mean, now It's funny. The reason why I brought up the whole Thomas Jefferson thing, you know how crazy it was, how difficult it was to get to start a revolution between 13 colonies against the British. The rest of the country, the rest of the United States was totally indigenous at that time. Completely indigenous. There were only the 13 colonies along the northeastern coast of the United States. And so when this happened, can you imagine? Because life was okay. It's just that the rich were getting fucking taxed to shit to fund the English's, the British's fucking wars with Spain, with France, with the Netherlands. I think it was the Netherlands. I mean, they were so we're over here getting the shit taxed out of us. We're over here getting the shit taxed out of us to fund the British's wars against to conquer those countries and keep those countries conquered. To expand and maintain the British Empire. And Thomas Jefferson and guys like him were over here going, well, that's bullshit. Fucking that sucks. No. Fuck you. You're gonna tax me for print? You're gonna tax me for printing shit. I'm gonna get this insane tax for newspapers, pamphlets, playing cards, that kind of shit. You're gonna tax me for that shit so that you can fucking expand you can make your dick bigger. Basically, King George III, just to make your dick bigger. Fuck you. No. I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, well, yeah, I love those people. Sarcastically. Tired of engaging? That's how shit gets done. That brings me to my next point. Again, you don't realize, Wendy Joe, thank you so much. People don't realize like how hard it was to start a revolution back then. Because life was okay for everyone in those 13 colonies. They were like, okay, well, whatever. You know, shit's not that bad. We got to pay our taxes, whatever. But we're living these great, this beautiful civil existences. We're eating great food. We're indulging in the arts. Thomas Jefferson played fucking violin. His wife played harpsichord. The man spoke and read and wrote in multiple languages. He discussed philosophy with the greatest minds. Life was good. Can you imagine how hard it was? Now, compare that to today, right? What do we have today? We've got cell phones and everybody's fucking buried into their cell phone and everybody can be a fucking star. There's just that chance that you record a TikTok video, boop, 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 and then you might get 1 million hits. Whoa! And then guess what? Everybody fucking forgot all about you. Who gives a fuck? But everybody just wants that chance. And they love living in that fucking weird existence. So why rock the boat? Because that's the real reason people are taking one side or the other. That's the real reason. Because They listen to social media influencers and they allow themselves to be influenced by these influencers. So I'm taking my crack at it because I don't believe that either side is getting anywhere. Two sides of the same fucking coin. Cancel culture, two sides of the same fucking coin. What does it mean to be an American? In my opinion, it means to be independent. Can you honestly think? Can you honestly sit here and tell yourself that you think independently? It's an honest question. I'm not asking you to answer me. I'm asking you to ask yourself quietly to yourself. Can you genuinely tell yourself that you think independently? Are your opinions, have your opinions been brought on and brought up and spawned and evolved based on your own critical thought? Or is it because there is a wave of mass opinions that have influenced the way you think because maybe you want to be accepted more? Maybe you don't want to argue with your parents at Thanksgiving dinner. Maybe you don't want to lose your friends on your friends list that you went to high school with. Dude, I'm friends. Almost none of my friends that I grew up with are still friends with me on Facebook. Almost none of them. I have people that I have shared the most amazing experiences with in life, the most impactful experiences with. And because I was like, wait a minute, during COVID, I was like, wait a minute, why aren't we asking more questions about this? Hold on a second. You're just going to blindly go and get a jab? You're going to let somebody stick something that you don't know anything about into your body because they're saying that you have to? And you're not asking questions? All I'm saying is ask questions. Oh my God, you're such a troll. Blah, blah, blah. You always go the opposition. Blah, 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 blah. No, all I'm saying is just to ask questions first. And these people fucking threw me away like I was nothing. People I grew up with. People who I love to this day, no matter what, how they feel about me. Well, good for you, Tom. And just like when I tell people, when people ask me who I voted for, when people ask me if I got vaccinated, you know what I tell them? None of your fucking business. I need to go around and advertise every time a doctor grabbed me by the balls and told me to cough? Too? I got to go around and brag and tell everybody every time a doctor stuck his finger up my ass? None of your fucking business. Nobody had the balls to do that. I got the shot. Wearing stickers. I got the shot. Did you get the shot? If you didn't get the shot, then you're putting everybody in danger. Why? Because they heard somebody else say that shit. There's no thought behind that. There's no critical thinking behind that. I got the shot because it's the right thing to do. No, you got the shot because somebody else on TikTok got the shot and they told you to do it. Told you were an asshole if you didn't. We're the cool kids over here. And if you're not getting the shot, then you're not one of the cool kids. That's how that went down. I watched it in real fucking time. Don't tell me it didn't, because it did. No, and it's fucking crazy. Dude, the racism that I'm now seeing on Twitter, like, it's blatant. It's right there. People just don't even fucking care. Like, they'll show, like, a bunch of black girls fighting at a McDonald's, and then they'll post, what's wrong with this culture? Like, what? Something needs to be done about this culture. Dude. Like, I can't get behind that kind of thinking, dude. Like, I can sit here and say, I can comfortably sit here and tell my entire audience, I can comfortably sit here and tell my entire audience that this woke culture that has been taking place for the last fucking 6, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years is absolute and total bullshit, in my opinion. But without having to take this side where I adopt all these other ideologies, I don't have to do that. I can still form my own opinions. I can still go, wait a minute, no. Why does that mean I have to be a racist all of a sudden? Why does me thinking that trans people generally have this sense of entitlement make me a homophobe? How does that work? Because I'll tell you, man, I never had a problem with gay people. Never once. Never in my life. Never had a problem with trans people. But the fact is that this trans culture went from accept us for who we are, which everybody just did. And then it was just like, well, that's not enough. No, now we want to use your bathrooms. Now we want to infiltrate women's sports. Now we want to do this. Now we want to do that. And if you don't let us do it, then you're transphobic. No, I'm not. I just don't think fucking Vera from In Living Color should be in swimming competitions with women with a smaller bone structure and less muscle mass. Naturally, genetically. I don't think that's right. And then the feminists, for some reason, are backing the trans women. What? Like, I can't. And I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you think of me. I'm never going to get behind that because it's absurd. It's absurd that a man can say, hey, I feel like a woman on the inside, so it's okay for me to dress up like one and play in women's sports. And if you don't let me, you're trampling on my rights as a trans person. Get the fuck out of my face. No. No, 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 no. Go sit down. And it's so rare that I see someone like on the internet who's making sense. Like, it's so rare. Um, like in all of these celebrities that are like, we stand with Jimmy Kimmel. Shut up. Shut up. Well, I'm just trying to find some example. Like, nobody's moderate anymore. And ironically, Charlie Kirk was pretty moderate. People don't think so, but he was. Like, this shit floods my feed and I can't find one thing now. I love this shit. This is my favorite kind of shit right here. Here's a fun little example. Shit that I saw right through that people just fucking want to miss. People who are so political miss this shit. So funny to me.
They're not afraid of four musicians. They're afraid of you.
Oh, you know who that is, right?
So I'll tell you what, we're just gonna pick one song right now. You guys can pick it. You guys sing it out. We're gonna do it acapella. And why the
So
wet pockets full of wet, this left food left, whole lot shoes left. They just see the raw cannibal animal. I walk the corner to the rubble.
Bob Ross.
Be alive, very line up to the mind, not carry. And we don't know keeps the contract alive and move them. They don't gotta burn the books, they just remove them. Our arms were houses still as quick as the scales. They rally around us, and some of those that burn crosses are the same as home office. Some of those that burn crosses are the same that hold office.
now that's Zach de la Rocha of the very popular 90s rock band, rock rap group, Rage Against the Machine. Tom Morello, one of the most innovative guitarists ever, easily. Brilliant guitarist. Zach de la Rocha, incredible MC, great songwriter, great performer, great band, right? But here's the things. It's my favorite shit right here. Well said, McCaptain Skid Marks. These are guys who, and I want you to think about this next statement that I'm going to make. They literally capitalized on preaching communism. Nobody saw through it. Nobody saw through it. I didn't see through it. I was 16. I was like, yeah, finally, somebody's saying it. I didn't even know what the fuck I was fucking raging against. You know what I mean? I was just a dumb kid. Yeah, you tell them. We're sick and tired of it. And I was just sick and tired of being told what to do. That's all it was. But they literally capitalized off preaching communism. And when I say capitalized, these motherfuckers are capitalists. Yet they're preaching communism. They are abusing their First Amendment right, but nevertheless exercising it. And capitalizing off of it. I'm doing the same thing. I make money off of what I say here. But I believe in what I say. Like, think about it. These guys got rich off of preaching communism. These guys spent their whole careers praising Fidel Castro, praising Che Guevara. Murderers, mass murdering dictators, mass murdering tyrants. They did this and made millions upon millions of dollars doing it. My big question is, what did they do with all their money? Did they as socialists and communists, did they distribute all of their millions to the poor, to the more unfortunate? Did they put it towards Fidel Castro's causes in Cuba? Did they do any of these things? I mean, no, of course not. These fuckers live in mansions. Let me see something. I've never done this before. Let me see. Tom Morello's house. This is his neighborhood. Okay. Tom Morello's house right here. See the pool? In Los Angeles. Like as far away in the United States as you can get from Cuba. Curtis, thank you so much. I'm going to see if I can get a better picture. Right on Mulholland Drive, dude. Oh, that's not his only house. Here's another one. So that's not it. Hold on. Look at that shit. How many bedrooms do you think that has? And the problem is everybody buys into this shit. Now, I have no problem with these guys being rich. I think it's great. But the fact is they grifted the fuck out of every fucking teenager in the 90s. I mean, let's just be honest. They came up with a gimmick. It worked. And they made a shit ton of money off of it. And they got people hanging Che Guevara fucking posters in their fucking bedrooms. They got kids hanging Che Guevara posters in their bedrooms, not knowing jack shit about this guy or anything that he's done. The thousands upon thousands of people that this guy was responsible for murdering in the name of tyranny, in the name of communism. And I mean, like, and everybody just bought into it. Like, and it was really funny as I had the benefit of growing up in Miami, where most of my friends were Cuban. All of my smart Cuban friends, all of my educated Cuban friends were like, fuck Rage Against the Machine. Fuck those guys. They were the ones who educated me on it. They were the ones to go, dude, you don't fucking understand, man. Like, do you know anything about Che Guevara? And I was like, no, I really don't. Because I had a t-shirt. My mom bought me a fucking Che Guevara t-shirt once. And I wore it. And there was some dude, there were like these two Cuban dudes who were like, hey, you fucking, and these guys weren't even my friends. They saw it. They saw me wearing it. And they were like, hey, like, you like Che Guevara? And I was like, you know, I honestly, I don't really know that much about him. And they were like, and it felt, I felt like they were being aggressive. I felt like I was engaging in pure self-preservation by being completely honest and going, I really didn't know. And my Cuban friends who I was with were like, yeah, dude, I wasn't really going to say anything, but you should probably educate yourself on Che Guevara before going around wearing a t-shirt, because you have no idea like the kind of shit that like my family went through because of that dude. You have no idea what my ancestors, my family, like, you don't know like what my family had to do to get out of that shit and get here. You know what I mean? And nobody sees the hypocrisy either in these fucking social justice white liberal warriors who have the arrogance to speak for black people. Like, that's what blows my mind. Like, the fucking arrogance that you have to speak on behalf of black people, as if you have any idea what it's like to walk in a black person's shoes for one fucking day. No fucking idea. That's the white privilege. Exactly, side eye. That's the white privilege. The fact that you have the freedom and you could just, you actually have the ability, the allowance to be as arrogant as to speak on behalf of black people without having any fucking idea what it's like to walk in their shoes for one day, for 1 minute. You have no fucking clue. I don't care how many fucking Disney movies you watch nowadays. I don't give a fuck how many after school specials you watched in the 80s. I don't give a fuck. There's no way you're ever going to fucking understand that. And you're never, ever, 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 ever going to be justified in speaking on behalf of a people that you can't begin to relate to. There's nothing you're ever going to tell me that's going to make that justifiable. And it's all I see all over the internet now. I've been seeing that shit for years. curious. Oh, oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, BLM was a total fucking fraud in my opinion too. I agree. But the thing is I don't have hatred. Like that's what's so weird is I see this BLM stuff and people see it for what it is, but then it made people so fucking angry that they just started having resentment towards black people in general. And I'm just like, why? Wait a second. Dude, I saw the best fucking dude. This is my favorite fucking picture. I'm gonna have to show it to you guys via hold on. Like I'm losing subs like crazy right now, which is fucking great. But check this out. Hold on. You guys are gonna love this. Oh, did I not? Shit, I guess I didn't. I thought I took a screenshot of it, but I guess I didn't. Oh well. Oh well. Probably for the best. But yeah, I've pretty much made my point. And this is actually kind of like relieving because most of the stuff that's popping up on Instagram feed is just positive, uplifting shit about, exercise and um which is actually kind of nice. It's telling me that my algorithm isn't fucking flooded with fucking horrible, hateful shit like it is on Twitter, and there's just nothing I can do about it. I mean, most of the stuff is just funny. But it's just so funny, like, it's all I ever see now is just some sort of justification for, you know, celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. Some sort of justification for it. Hold on a second. No, my audio's good. Yeah, because there was audio coming through my yeah. It's all I see is just like these justifications, like, oh well, Charlie Kirk said that there are that a few gun casualties is worth it to have our Second Amendment rights maintained. I knew exactly what he meant by that. That doesn't mean that, and here's the thing, the irony about that is I from what I gathered of Charlie Kirk, I would hate to speak for him. I really, that's not what I'm trying to do, but I imagine Charlie Kirk being the kind of guy that if he could say anything now and be the debating and be the person of the debating nature that he was right now against that argument, he'd be like, yeah, I okay, yeah, I got shot. Totally worth it for me to get shot so that people can maintain their Second Amendment rights. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. I would. It is what it is. If it means that I get shot, if I get shot senselessly and murdered with a gun, an assault rifle, if that happens, it's absolutely worth it for me to die by those means so that you can raise arms against the tyrannical government if you have to. Absolutely. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. It's not even a fucking question for me. That's what these fucking liberals don't understand. These people who are calling for gun control don't understand. I mean, they don't understand a lot of things about gun control, but this is one thing that I'm just like, yeah, fucking easy. No, I didn't want to do that. All right. This should be fun. So the phone lines are open if anybody wants to call in. Anybody's got thoughts. I love to hear someone's thoughts. The world is laughing at us. I agree. Nobody has thoughts on this?
Call from. It's Miss B.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
It's Miss B. USMC. Yet.
What's up? Oh, I got your Venmo. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome, sir. I'm just glued in my recliner, just watching you on my big screen, and you have my fucking attention because saying the very shit you're saying will get me in trouble. People's feelings, fuck your feelings. Fuck your, not you, but the Karens and Darrens.
How can I effectively advocate for freedom of speech if I don't say things that could get me in trouble?
Oh, no, for you, you're doing it. I love it. I'm jealous. You're doing what I wish I could do.
There's no reason to be jealous. You can absolutely do it. Why can't you do it?
Oh, no. No, ma'am. No, sir. No, sir. I just, no. Because of the Karens and Darrens that were badges. I told a cop one time my dick's bigger than theirs, and he didn't like it too much.
Okay. So you're afraid of retaliation From cops?
Very much so. Very much so.
Okay.
Very much so. Nope. I would not call the cops for help. Not one damn bit.
See, that's sad.
No.
That's a shame that you
No.
don't feel comfortable
No.
doing that.
No, without putting too much out there, we had a restraining order on my ex. Cops did nothing to help me back that up, and they arrested me leaving my kids with the guy that's in the restraining order. So long story short, they lost my trust, and I'm slowly trying to learn to like the good cops.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not criticizing anybody who can't call in, because I mean, we are in a time. The reality is, even though I don't agree with it, the reality is that people could actually lose their livelihood for speaking their opinion, and that is the problem. I am in a position to where, I mean, I could, but I'm willing to,
and that's scary and it enlightening at the same fucking time, because that shit stirs up the very little creativity I have left and spark up discussions, ideas, something that might actually work together for the common good or whatever. You might make a friend out of an perceived enemy at one point or another. I'm shocked at sometimes of what I'm thinking and how I'm thinking it, because I'm like, wow, what an asshole, but she's not wrong.
Right.
That they can do it,
Right. Right.
So,
I mean, I'm not denying the reality, and again, I'm not encouraging anyone to be defiant and risk their livelihood
that got me in trouble.
and risk their relationships with their families. I'm not trying to do that, but that's why I opened the phone lines as well. Is you're free to call in if you want and discuss your thoughts. If you don't feel comfortable, I'm not going to pressure anyone to do so.
No, that's okay. I had to take a breather or two to even dial the phone, because I was wondering if I was going to sound stupid, but I'm glad I called, because it's like getting shit off my chest.
I'm glad you did.
So thank you. Carry on, my friend. Yut.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Will, it's Mary. How are you?
Hi, Mary. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm late. Sorry, I saw you ranting at the beginning. I missed most of it. So, but I had a couple thoughts if you care to hear them.
Sure. Yeah, that's why I opened the lines.
Yeah, I know you're cool, and I hope you feel better.
I'm getting there.
I'm just gonna grab like one topic, because I can go on forever. You can hang up on me. But the teacher thing, like teachers are responsible for your children, and we've got to, they've got to say and do the right things, and I totally agree with that. But when teachers get off work, they're still themselves, and they have the right to say whatever they want. They just can't take that into the classroom and teach your children, oh, I hate so and so, and this guy's a whatever.
The problem with that is that the kids might see them on TikTok or might see them on YouTube, or you know what I mean. So that's the issue.
Yeah.
So I that's the one profession, literally the one profession that I'm like, well, yeah, that you shouldn't be going out there influencing opinions. You should be teaching kids to think independently.
Okay, and I get that. So how do we solve that? Because a second grader, I would argue,
beats the
has
shit out of
no
me. I don't know.
Second grader has no business being on X or watching adult YouTube, and if a parent's letting them do that, then I just think teachers get to say something and have a private life outside of school hours. And, this isn't my big complaint. I'm just so pissed about freedom of speech. We all have it. I mean, I don't like half the things I hear, but you're allowed to say them. Everybody's allowed to say them. And I'm really, I mean, it's like we just crossed off the First Amendment in Massachusetts, and now it's spread to the U.S. So, yeah, I'm not happy.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
I wish we can fix it. Can't we all get along? Damn it.
Yeah, I mean, the big issue is I challenge people's patriotism at this point overall. The
Yeah.
masses. I think we all forgot what it means to be an American. I don't believe that many of us even ever really understood it to begin with. And
Yeah,
and the
totally
thing
agree.
is this, the Karen Reed movement, the Turtle Boy movement, provided us with an opportunity to really understand these things, and people just went right over their heads too, and
Yeah, it's pretty funny right now seeing everybody being pissed off about Jimmy Kimmel. I hate him. I don't think he's funny, whatever. But it's like, yeah, but we're all fighting for Aiden to say whatever he wants to say. And I don't like some of the things he says.
Sure.
But I'm going to support him because he has the right to say those things. And it's not okay to go to jail because you have thoughts and opinions. And there's no difference in my mind. So to see some of this movement, it's like, oh, this only applies to Aiden because I really like Aiden, but I really don't like Kimmel. So I'm not going to, it's like, no, we stand up for all Americans, right, people? I mean, we're advanced. We can think like this. I don't know. Maybe I need to start drinking or something to understand.
I don't know, man. I just feel like, being an American means understanding that everyone has a right to their opinions. Everyone has a right to express those opinions, whether you agree with them or not. You don't even have to respect them for having the opinions, but you need to respect that they have the right to those opinions.
Damn right. Well said, Will. Well, I'll let you go and let somebody else call in, but I hope you feel better and make it back to Boston for the hearing. And I want to see Aiden walk out of there with free speech like he's entitled to without going to jail, like everybody is entitled to, people.
Agreed.
Okay, love you all. Hate you all. Love you all. Get along. Thanks, Will.
All right. Thanks, Marie. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Call from
Mike.
You're on, Mike. What's up?
Hey, Will, what's going on, man? It's actually Mike B from the 413.
Hey.
The only comment I have to make about teachers is if you are going to allow students in your district to be on your social media and you're going to advertise in your profile that you work for a school district, then you're kind of like everybody else's. You're accountable 24/7 to your employer. My job's in the private sector, but we have a social media policy. No matter what time of the day we post something, if it's something detrimental to the operation, we're accountable.
Yeah, agreed. And another point that people keep bringing up is, the First Amendment, that people want to argue, the First Amendment doesn't protect you from your job, holding you accountable for these things and blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not arguing that. I never even argued that in the first place. I'm not talking about the First Amendment when it comes to that, when it comes to cancel culture. I'm talking about just your basic right. Like, our First Amendment is based on your rights. Like, Thomas Jefferson, he followed this philosophy called enlightenment, if I understand correctly. And which was basically like God's laws, but not in a biblical sense, more in a philosophical sense. And that's what he based our freedoms on at the time. So to me, that's very telling in and of itself. So
yeah,
it's not, I'm not talking about the First Amendment here, and whether or not somebody is protected by the First Amendment to express themselves at work and say what they have to do at work. I'm not saying that. I'm saying your God-given right to free speech, because that's what the First Amendment is based on, is your God-given right to free speech, whatever you consider God to be. But your natural human right to express yourself is that's right. That right there is in danger by the law and by society. And that is the scariest thing. That's very, very scary. So
that part is scary.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the First Amendment should protect you from getting fired from your job for saying things that are inappropriate at your job. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the First Amendment protects you from laws being weaponized against you, such as like what's happening to Aiden.
Yeah, there's a difference in those two subjects.
Big difference, huge difference, right?
There's a difference when a government entity decides you said things I don't like. I'm going to try to put you in jail for it because it made my office look bad and corrupt. Oh wait, they actually are corrupt, right?
Right. I'm simply calling out the hypocrisy from people who say they're against cancel culture, but are like, no, there should be consequences to your actions when you go on the internet and let's say that you're a fucking firefighter and you say, oh, well, you know, Charlie Kirk, blah, 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 may have deserved what he got, this and that. Like, as much as it's shitty to hear, and I don't like it because I don't agree with that at all. But as much as it's shitty to hear, they have a right to that opinion and they have a right to express it.
Yeah. Yes, they do. Except, like I said, except if they're like the department safe officer, which is the community education person, and they let the kids in the school district follow them on social media.
Right. And
that's been my only point ever is if any of these people in the public sector are letting school children from their district be followers of their social media, then they should have the same accountability as they do when they clock in every day to go work their shift.
Right.
Other than that, anybody else, don't have them as followers on your social media. Don't advertise
that's
you
it.
work
You
for a
just don't
specific
follow.
agency, and then say everything you want.
Don't follow them. Don't go after their job, man. Like, that's crazy to me. Like.
No, I'm not saying go after the job. I'm just saying if you're going to advertise it, you should be held to the same standards as if you were punched in and working. For if you share something on social media that's not appropriate for students, and you decide to allow your students to be on your social media.
Yeah, if you're talking about teachers, yeah, for sure. Agreed.
Well, I mean, there's school resource officers and fire departments run what's known as a SAFE program where the firefighters go to school and teach the kids how to like stop, drop, and roll and stuff.
Well, don't let them go to schools and talk to kids.
Those particular ones, no, absolutely not.
Right.
But by the same rule, if they choose to be in that job, they need to realize, hey, don't let the kids be followers if you're going to, truly speak your mind on your off time. Don't let the kids be followers.
Right.
That's all I would say to anybody is don't let the kids in your district or in your town be followers if you're going to truly speak your mind in your off time.
Right.
If you make sure that they're not followers, say whatever you want.
I don't know. I mean, the thing is like when it comes to kids, it's just different, man. Kids can be influenced. Kids can get a hold of, kids are going to find their way to view whatever the fuck they want. Kids are going to access porn if they're so inclined to do so, even though they shouldn't. And even though there are walls that are put up that say you have to prove that you're 18 to get through here, blah, blah, blah. There are ways around it. If a kid is so inclined, he's going to get porn. You know what I mean? It happens. But so if a kid is so inclined and finds out that their teacher has a TikTok, they're going to be like, oh, I got to see my teacher's TikTok. I don't see what this motherfucker's saying. You know what I mean? And it could be somebody they hate. It could be somebody that they respect, but
it ends up, I guess it's the point of where to draw the line. I just think my feeling is, don't accept the student as a follower if you really want to be able to speak about any subject unlimited or show any content on there. I mean, in the reverse spectrum, we had a patient the other day complained because our public Wi-Fi in our hospital is blocked from getting to Pornhub. He complained because we wouldn't let him go on Pornhub with Wi-Fi. He said we were infringing on his First Amendment right. It's like, dude, you're in the hospital supposedly sick. Why do you need to be on Pornhub?
Right. Yeah. I mean, but that's your.
I mean, where do you draw the line? It's like we draw the line of we don't want to run the risk of kids getting on porn sites while they're in our building on our Wi-Fi. So we make sure you can't go on Pornhub.
That shouldn't even require an explanation. Like, dude, it's our Wi-Fi. Like, you're lucky we're letting you use it. Get your own phone data and fucking access Pornhub. And if we catch you jerking off in here, we're gonna kick you out. So, you know, like, it's just it's bizarre that they, you know, would sit there and go, "Oh my God, you're infringing on my rights." No, like it's my fucking Wi-Fi. Fuck off. No.
Well, I told him, like, you want to pull up the First Amendment of the Constitution? You show me where it says we can't stop we can't stop you from going on Pornhub, and I'll get IT to allow Pornhub.
Yeah, I mean,
he's like, well, it doesn't exactly say it in there. I'm like, I know. I studied at school.
Well, of course, it's not going to say anything specific like that, but you know, the question is whether or not that person has the right to access information provided by a private provider, which is which is the case. And no, they don't have a right or an entitlement to information that is provided by something that you provide. You know what I mean? That's they can come up with their own independent way of finding a provider that's going to provide them with Pornhub if they want to access it. You're not.
Exactly.
It's not on you to do that.
You know, and our security staff warned them, if another patient or whatever complains because they're walking by a room or something, and you make your device visible and a child sees it, we are calling the cops.
Yeah.
If you decide to flip your phone around while they're walking, intentionally flip your phone around so a child sees whatever you're downloading, we are going to call the cops.
I mean, it's just funny that there was even this much of this much conversation was even entertained over this subject with this person. Like, no,
it's called our hospital calls it de-escalating.
Yeah, I guess so. Because I'd be like, no. Well, why not? No. Like that's it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and justify. I'm just not going to sit here and entertain a conversation with you over whether or not you should access Pornhub in a public hospital. Fuck off. No.
You see when they get mad when they find out they can't have booze or weed dropped off at the hospital.
I mean, that's why you sneak it in, you know?
Sneak in like you the concerts and movie theaters.
Right. Yeah. Just sneak it in.
I mean, like everybody else does. It's like,
do what everybody else does, dude. Just sneak it in. You're not entitled to breaking the rules. You gotta sneak it and lie about it like everybody else, dickhead.
Yeah. But well, no, you should allow, you should let DoorDash or Uber Eats to deliver. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I'm like, it'll be hell for you in a safe place. When you get discharged, you can take it home with you.
Right.
It was end of discussion. It's like, nope, we're not doing it.
Right.
But no, it's like, it's like I said, it's, somebody has to be there's got to be somebody else. So, if that teacher shows, hey, I don't let my students on, I don't list the school as my employer.
I can't even log into Pornhub anymore. Like, well, I could log into it, but I refuse to because I used to be able to just access it. But now, like, ever since Trump got elected, right? Pornhub became like, you have to log in. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. No, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to watch Pornhub that bad. No.
I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's like, after 30 years in emergency medicine, I've seen too many people that are entitled, and anything you can't give them that they want is a violation of their rights, is what they tell you.
Right. All right.
And, where do we draw the line of entitlement?
Agreed. All right, Mike, I'm going to take the next call. Thanks, buddy.
All right, take care, man.
All right, bye-bye.
Call from
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Josie.
What's up, Josie?
Hey, sweetheart. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So I'm at a crossroads with this Charlie Kirk situation, and I wanted to share my thoughts with you.
Okay.
giving you a heads up. We're probably not going to agree 100%, but I'm okay with that. As long as you're okay with that. I think that, we're focusing on First Amendment based on what other people have to say, and perhaps what they have said has cost them their jobs or whatever not, right? But we fail to see that what Charlie Kirk was doing when he got shot was also exercising his First Amendment, right?
Right, and giving other people the opportunity to exercise theirs as well.
Yes. Now, the way that his approach was merely a debate. It never had to end in discord. It didn't have to end in hate. It was an exchange, an intellectual exchange of differences of opinion, where he would even state, I did not go to college. I did not do this. I do not have this. But his knowledge was based on books that he had written, books that he had read, and all the his own autodidactic learning that he applied to himself when he failed to go to his Ivy League ideal school, which was West Point. Now, he debated with people back and forth, trying to make a point based on foundations and resources and facts that they were sometimes irrefutable. And the kids that he debated with, or the adults or the young adults and college campus and whatnot, that he was doing this with, some, if not most of them, were able to say, huh. And sometimes they were also speechless. Sometimes he managed to win them over. Sometimes they did not come to an agreement, and sometimes they were obnoxious. Now, this is not so much freedom of speech. This is what's happening now, and the outburst is an outburst of hate. Freedom of speech is one thing. You cannot celebrate the assassination of somebody's son, somebody's brother, somebody's father, somebody's husband that happened on national TV, exercising his First Amendment, and yet somebody took that First Amendment away from him. And everybody's celebrating because that's their point of view. If that's their point of view, then you sip it, you pocket it, and you shut up with it. Exercise your First Amendment somewhere else. Don't do it publicly. Don't do it in a school.
Nope.
Don't do it in front of children.
Nope. I completely disagree, other than the part in front of children. I completely disagree. I'm going to read you a quote from Charlie Kirk himself, one of his tweets. Okay. Hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. Keep America free. That means that anybody who has an opinion on Charlie Kirk's death has a right to that opinion. That's coming from Charlie Kirk himself. Okay? Anybody who has
you on that. Okay, wait.
You have a right to those opinions, and you have no. Let me finish. And you also have a right to express that opinion, whether it be publicly, privately, however the fuck you choose. That is your right to do so. So no, I completely disagree with you. Just because it's ugly,
no, I agree.
just because
but
it's
I'm
gross,
agreeing with what you're saying. I agree with that. If I have an opinion, I have the right to publicly express that opinion.
I thought you said
but
the opposite.
What's happening is no. So, and that's why I started the way I started. This is not publishing our opinion, and this is not about hate speech. This is a celebration of somebody being assassinated.
Okay, so?
Which I see it as a whole different, what are we doing, Will? Where are we leading our kids to? Are we telling them that it's going to be okay to celebrate when other people are assassinated, regardless of the reason of what it is for?
So what's your solution?
Are we socially going to a sinkhole?
What's your solution?
Well, the first solution is that those people who are in teaching positions, they are teaching not only my kid, your kids, everybody.
We've already discussed the teaching position thing. Aside from the teaching kids, we already agree on that. What's the next point? What do we do about it?
What do you mean? What do we do about it?
Well, you're saying, what are we doing if we're allowing
My point,
people to
my
celebrate
only point,
the assassination of someone? You're
my only point was that I not always agree with everything that Charlie Kirk had to say. I love the guy, loved him. I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was very industrious. I thought that, like a lot of us, managed to do something out of nothing. I thought he was, incredibly bright.
Great.
And an encourager and a motivator for a lot of young talent to do just the same.
We all agree on
His
that.
Christian-
What I'm
his
saying is,
Christian values, et cetera, et cetera. But I never agreed with him 100% in all of the stuff that he used to say.
we all agree on all of that. We're being redundant now. You're saying, you said earlier that this is a problem, that people are celebrating that people shouldn't be allowed to celebrate. Did you not say that people shouldn't be celebrating?
No, I didn't say aloud. I didn't use that word.
All right.
Don't forget,
Okay.
we all have a right to our opinions and how to express it.
Okay.
What I am trying to say is that if we actually find it acceptable, socially acceptable, to find that other people celebrating the assassination on national TV of somebody who's exercising their freedom of speech, that's when we're doomed. Because that is not hate. That is not freedom of speech. That is mere cruelty. Where is society going when we actually come together and celebrate that somebody got assassinated, for God's sake?
What's your solution?
You tell me. If I had the solution, I would be Charlie Kirking it myself.
Well, the problem is that you're not going to change human nature. You're not going to sit here and we can bitch and moan about it all day and be like, oh my God, it's terrible that people are celebrating. Because I agree with you. It sucks that people celebrate the murder and assassination of somebody who was just exercising their First Amendment right. We agree on that. But what now?
So,
now that we agree on that, what now?
This is the first thing that makes me, pause and stop. If there are people who are doing that, feeling that this is their First Amendment right, and they're exercising it, and they have the power to do that, one, they should not be children, because how are we going to stop this from happening if these are the caliber of the people who are educating our kids, socially and morally crippled. Forget Christianity, forget religious, forget the fact that this is absurd, that somebody gets assassinated and everybody's like, yeah, and you saw that kid on TV. That is heartbreaking. Where is our world going to?
Sure, I agree. Yeah. It's very disheartening. I agree. So what do we do?
I don't know, Claire.
I could tell you where we could probably start. A good starting point would be, you want to hear it?
Sure, absolutely. Why wouldn't I want to hear you? Even though you sound awful, man. You need to make a tea.
Follow Charlie Kirk's example. Follow his example. Charlie Kirk made a living and made a name for himself by encouraging civil discourse and debate on issues, allowing someone to express their argument and him express his and have a conversation. Yet nobody's doing that, which is really ironic. Nobody's doing this. Everyone who is speaking on behalf of Charlie Kirk are pointing fingers, and they're laughing at people getting fired, and they're canceling each other, and they're doing everything that they can to destroy the other person. But it's never occurred to anybody to actually follow his example.
I think there's a lot of people who have, and I mean, Megyn Kelly was one of the people that I first turned to after I made a few phone calls, because I couldn't believe this. I mean, this was unreal to me that a kid did this in a college campus. I mean, a kid that is supposed to be also fighting for the First Amendment that Charlie Kirk was exercising. This was in Utah, because I don't know if you've been there, but nothing happens in Utah. It's the most boring place ever. It's full of Mormons. You have a few Catholics, and it's just peaceful. Nothing happens in Utah. So that it happened there, that it happened at a college ground. You see other people doing it. Megyn Kelly just said it. It has a lot to do with the transgender, and we don't want to get there. The LGBT thing, and are you a girl or a boy? Are you this and that? I mean, I have my own vision about this thing because when I was born, on my second day, I already had earrings on. And I came out of the hospital dressed in freaking pink. So I've never doubted what I am. I've never doubted that I'm a mom or that I'm the only one on my kind that can have kids. So I don't know whether that has a lot to do with it, but it looks like it does. And it looks like the hate goes because he was a firm believer that if you're a male or if you're a female, then you have a particular role in this society. And the rest of the shit is just being confused by the same teachers at school that tell the children, oh, if you're not sure if you're a girl or a boy, if you want to cut your hair, you don't have to tell your parents, okay? You can just tell me. I mean, there is a whole different type of pandemic going on right now socially in schools, teaching and brainwashing our kids. And that's where this epidemic is coming from. It's a lot larger than what we can see. But at the same time, you know, it's like, what do we do? How do we end this? Megyn Kelly is amazing. J.D. Vance went in on Turning Point the next day, and he tried to carry on the show the following day. But I've been following Megyn Kelly to the T, and I didn't used to watch her like religiously, like, you know, because I was involved with the camera free. But the thing is, it's like somebody's going to have to voice these things out. Enough of brainwashing situations because it's not taking us anywhere. It's almost like there's a chaos being created, and it's going to be very hard to stop.
You think the problem is with people trying to brainwash other people, or do you think that the problem is that people are allowing themselves to be brainwashed?
Well, there's a little bit of both because let me ask you a question. If you allow yourself to be brainwashed, what does that say about you?
Exactly.
Because it's like, remember when you used to, like, people used to call you and tell you, well, Karen, this and this came out, and you said, nope, until I see the receipts, until like whatever, I won't even post it. I don't want to talk about it. Do you remember that? I'm the same way. There were a lot of people saying this and that. I'm going, nope, I need to see the logs. I need to see the calls. I need to audit them for myself. Oh, because so-and-so said that it was so many feet that the phone traveled from the front door. I got to see it and calculate it myself. There's not a lot of people like that out there. There's a lot of people that are followers that they have their own, you know, let's call them challenges. They'd rather be told, that they'd rather be guided or told, oh, this is what's going to happen, or this is what we're doing, because it's a lot easier to read 2 lines than read a 10-page, I don't know, motion, 46-page motion. Melanie Littles read today, 46 pages. So do you know how many people have the actual patience to actually go through 46 pages and read every single thing and all the footnotes and everything? Not many. But then again, there's a lot of people who can log into the show and listen and just pick here. And if they have to go, they go, and they come back and they pick up where they left off. So you have a whole group of people who are composed individually different. And in order for you to figure out who's brainwashable or who allows themselves to be brainwashed or who is actually a brainwashed potential candidate, that takes almost like a combination of a sociological and psychological, I don't know, study. But at the end of the day, it starts when they're little. It starts at school. It starts in college, because the whole ideas and what is inflicted on these kids and how the world should be and what you should do is pretty much injected into their mind. Somebody on your chat said, I don't want a second mother as a teacher for my kid. I'm looking for a teacher to teach subjects. I teach my kids morals, values, Christianity. I take them to church on Sunday. I make them go through a structure so they live a healthy life, or I hope they do live a healthy life, you know, and follow a pattern that works. But you cannot pass that baton into teachers and somebody else's or your neighbors or whoever watches them to be the one who teaches them what are the morals or the values to follow. And then they come home with their hair is all the way down to their back, and they say, well, Mom, I want to cut my hair because I think I'm a boy. I'm going, excuse me? Mira, muchacha de la mierda, quítate los pantalones que te voy a dar con la chancleta. ¿Qué muchacha ni qué muchacho de la mierda? Tú eres una hembrita. So, you don't have a lot of that either. Because parents are busy. They're busy living, working, sometimes 2 jobs.
So parents don't give their kids a chancletazo for wanting to be trans because they're busy?
Que le dé un freaking chancletazo, se le quita la idea de la cabeza de una vez.
Okay. All right. Well, Josie, thanks for calling. I'm going to take the next caller. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye-bye. No, I don't think that it always starts with kids.
Call from Daniela.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, I'm Daniela. How are you, Will?
I'm doing well. How are you, Daniela?
Good. So I just wanted to provide a solution because everyone's talking about how much this has affected everyone. And
A solution to what?
To how do we move forward as a society after everything that we've seen with speech, etc.
I'm all ears.
So it just starts with you. Literally, heal yourself, do what you need to do. Don't care about what everyone else is saying in the sense of like, allowing it to affect you as a person. Just, it starts at home. And home is you, your vessel, your mind, your children. And you'll start to see, like, you'll attract your vibe, your tribe, the people that are really there for you. Instead of like trying to make everyone like you or see you for who you are, who cares? If you see you, great. Just don't harm anybody. Don't kill anybody for it. Everyone has a right to exist. It's really sickening to see that like a lot of our liberties and a lot of what we as a collective our rights are being infringed upon. TB, for example, I mean, the biggest example. So it's just time for people to just like really just focus on themselves, heal that part of themselves that feels broken, and genuinely not care if like people accept you or not. Who cares? Move on. The world is big. There's billions of people in the world. And I'm going to get off my soapbox. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
That's all. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye. You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Oh, this is Pinky Promises.
Pinky Promises. How you doing?
Mm-hmm. I'm doing okay. I just want to tell you a little story when I saw you Friday at the Encore. And I asked you for a picture and you just looked at me and turned away. And my heart was just broken. But wait a minute. Good.
I don't
It's a
believe
good
that
ending.
happened.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You
There's
turned right away
gotta
from
be-
me. And I went, okay. So I turned around, walked away. But you know what? When I saw you were sick and all that, I said, damn, that was good. He didn't give a picture with me. I'm not sick.
I don't. I do not recall this at all whatsoever. I do remember turning down a picture once in the Wilbur, but it's because there was like an intermission thing going on. I wasn't sure if I was going to be in trouble for bending the or breaking the cell phone
rules. Oh, no, this was at the Encore, and but it's okay.
It's
I'm fine.
quite possible somebody else got my attention. I mean, I was spinning that night. There were people everywhere, just kind of pulling at me left and right. So if I did that, I'm sure it was unintentional and a misunderstanding, and I apologize. I know I would never have been like, I never would have just been
It's
like
okay.
a dick about it just to be a dick. That's ridiculous.
And I just wanted to give you some shit. That's all.
Okay. Well, I apologize. I would never have done that to be deliberately shitty. No way. Especially not with the hundreds of pictures I took that night. There's no way I would have
I
done
know you did. I appreciate it. It's okay. Seriously.
that. Okay.
And I was trying to be funny when I told you that I felt better when you were sick. Then I said, "Oh well, I'm not sick. I didn't get a cold. Otherwise, I would have been sick too."
Okay. Well, I'm glad you didn't get sick.
Okay, I'm just trying to make you laugh.
Okay. Well, thanks, Pinky.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Call from
You're on. Who am I?
Closet Baby.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Closet Baby.
Closet Baby. How we doing?
My closet's really small now. I'm growing out of it.
Okay.
Can you tell my dad, Father Frigidaire, that I need a new closet?
I don't think it's his responsibility. I don't think he's in the business of providing closets to fake babies.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, still need a new closet.
All right. Well, best of luck with that. Have a good one. Bye-bye. If it's gonna be a prank call, like, be funny. You know, like, that was just bad. There we go.
Call from Michelle.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, well, my name's Michelle. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Michelle?
I'm good. I just wanted to say, like, a lot of people are saying, "Oh, people are losing their jobs." The First Amendment, and they have the right to say it. And they do have to. Everybody has the right to say what they want. But you know, if you work a minimum wage job and you go on the internet and you say something, nothing's going to happen to you. But when you start working for like reputable companies that see you as an extension of them, the people whose company it is, they have the right to say, I don't want that person as a role model. And I have the biggest problem. I don't have a problem with it. Anybody speaking what they speak. My biggest problem is teachers, which everybody is talking about. But I think a lot of people are like conflating First Amendment to the right to your job. Like if I work and I'm a real estate agent for Weichert Realty and I go on social media and post publicly cheering, I have to know that there's a chance that I'm going to lose my job.
I mean, that's
because
I disagree. Minimum wage jobs are the same way.
I'm sure a lot of them are, but it's easy to get another one.
Minimum wage jobs are the same way. I mean, they see you. I mean, that's why you wear a uniform in minimum wage jobs, most of them, because you have to, you're representing the company that you work for. So the same consequences apply, but that's not the issue that I'm addressing. The issue that I'm addressing is people who claim to be anti-cancel culture and celebrating people getting fired or even facilitating people getting fired from their jobs for expressing their opinions. My issue is with
I didn't catch it from the beginning.
My issue is with the people who are pushing for this and celebrating it and claiming to be anti-cancel culture. I'm calling them hypocrites. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying that the job.
Absolutely are.
I'm not saying that the job should or shouldn't have the right to fire people because they don't represent their brand properly.
Yeah. No, I agree. I just feel like a lot of what I'm seeing on social media is everybody complaining that people are getting fired and they had a First Amendment right to say what they have. Yeah, well, that's why they're not getting arrested.
No, yeah,
But
those are liberals who have no idea what First Amendment means. They just want to use they want to use terms like
yeah,
the First Amendment to benefit their argument at the time. And during the whole COVID thing, they didn't fucking even it wasn't even a thing. It wasn't even a concern. You know, they were like, nope,
right,
you're putting people in danger. You know, like,
yeah,
okay, based on what? CNN?
yeah, yeah. And I'm I was a Democrat my whole life, right? And I'm not a very political person. I did vote for Trump, right? And my son is very far left liberal. So, and he right now is questioning whether he's trans. And I'm in a very,
How old is he?
unique 18.
Okay.
And, it's just a very unique situation because I try and talk to him and tell him a lot of stuff you see online is generated to, I think a lot of everything is generated to separate us because they can control us more if we're all separated, And I keep telling him he's Trump, everything is Trump's fault, and I'm like, you need to stop putting so much emphasis on who the politician is in there because it doesn't matter whether they're Democrats or Republicans. Politicians are politicians, and they're all cut from the same cloth in a similar way. Just they each have different ideas of certain things, but nobody got to that position to be able to be president without having shady stuff behind them. You know what I mean? And I try and teach him to focus less on worrying about who's the president at the time, because I feel like everybody puts so much emphasis on the right or the left, and if we all just worried about being human beings and not in the different categories, I feel like the categories, no matter what the categories are, whether they're race, whether they're gender, whether they're gay, straight, anything, those are all ways to separate us. And
I agree with you. And any level or any sense of entitlement, any form of entitlement by an American, in my opinion, is un-American. The essence of being an American, a true American and a patriot, is independence. And that requires, that starts with thinking independently. So if you can't think independently, then you are missing the entire point of what it means to be an American, in my opinion.
True.
Now, as far as your point as to, politicians and the division, yes, I agree. I think people are also, this is going over everyone's head. And what they've done is they've created a situation where it becomes the most entertaining form of spending your time arguing with people online about imaginary shit that really is just,
and
it's really silly.
And if more people that are looking at the stuff online took a step back and said, you know what somebody else says is none of my business. If you want to look at it, but to internalize it, as if somebody said, everybody's so worked up and they take everything as if it's a personal attack on you. I've looked at it that way with somebody has something bad to say about me. I don't care. It's none of my business what you think of me,
Well, it's, I agree with you on that. But it's funny. People are also missing the whole, the divide and conquer aspect. I mean, it goes back to the art of war, Sun Tzu. You know what I mean? Like it's the classic,
Right.
it's the classic first step to conquering someone is you divide a nation before you can conquer it. And this nation is in the division stage, and everybody's missing that.
And I think if we, like, as Americans, want to start like doing anything, like stop putting labels on everything. We don't have to be left or right or this or that or gay, straight, trans, anything. Like, stop labeling everybody. Like, when you say something about somebody, it shouldn't come with a label. And like, the more labels there are, the more division there's going to be. You know, it first started with race, but
When you're
and then men and women, and
when you categorize people into groups is when you start having problems. I agree with
having
you.
problems.
We need to start looking at each other as individuals and not part of a group. And until,
and if
until
a politician
we're capable
can
of doing
figure
that,
out a way to do that,
right? But
you
it doesn't.
can't look
It
at-
doesn't benefit the politician to do that. So they
Right.
won't. We won't
And
see that
that's
happen.
right. And like, so like now I'm trying to teach my son, like, worry about yourself and the way that you treat people and the people that you know, have in your group. And
I mean,
you know,
I'm
don't
not
worry
telling
so
you
much
what,
about the big picture.
right, and I'm not telling you what to do. I'm saying, in theory, my solution to that would be I would tell my kid, listen, dress up like a woman for a while, see how you feel, see how it makes you feel.
That's
You
what
know
I
what I
do.
mean?
You know what? When
If
he
you-
first
if
came
you
to me
feel
and
better
he
dressed up like
wanted
a
to wear
woman-
makeup, I did his makeup.
Gives a fuck.
Who
Yeah,
cares?
gives a fuck. I mean, whatever makes you happy, knock yourself out. But make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. Make sure you're doing it for
And
your
that's what I
own,
told him. You
for your
do
own
this,
self-respect, and not to
and I
be
had
accepted
him
by a group.
right, and I had him go into therapy in an LGBTQ group. So that, and I told him, and I explained, he's also autistic, so I explained it to them there at the group. I went with him, and I told him, like, I want you to stay in therapy. You know, you dress and be who you want. You know, I just want to make sure that before you make any decisions that are going to be life changing, that you're sure. I support you 100%, whatever you decide to do.
Yeah, but make sure, just make sure
That you're sure.
you're keeping true to your own self, and you're not compromising your own convictions and your own integrity and your own self-respect. You know,
Right. Yeah.
I think you're
So-
doing great. I think you've got all the right intentions as a mom, and I commend you for that. So thank you for that.
Thank you. It's a little tough because, like, you know, like, I don't know if he would take it as me being embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed of it at all. Like, I worry about, like, like I told my parents and my sister, you know, but like the rest of the family finding out, not because I'm embarrassed, because I'm worried about what they might say to him. You know what I mean? I'm worried about his own well-being in the world.
Well,
but
that's when that's
I'm
when you
supporting him.
prepare. That's when you prepare your kid for that. You say, "Hey, people are going to say things. People who you respect and like are probably going to look at you differently, and they're going to give you reactions that you wouldn't expect." Question is, how are you going to handle it? It's all going to be on you on how you handle it. You can't change how the world is, but you can change on
Right.
you can adjust as to how you deal with the world.
Right. Yeah, I told him, like, you know, you have to learn not to react, like, or if you want to react, but just make sure that your reactions are, you know, not over the top, anything crazy, you know, like, you know, and I explained to him, like, for every action, there's a reaction. So if you're going to change something about you, you're going to expect a reaction from the people who have known you for your whole life.
Right.
And,
How are you going to
you know,
handle it? How are you going to handle criticism? How are you going to handle insults? How are you going to handle bullying? How are you going to handle any of these things? You know, because these things are going to happen, and complaining about it's not going to do anything. So how are you going to handle it?
Yeah. It's sad. I mean, I wish that there was, like, a way for, like, everybody to have the, unfortunately, people are complex. No one person is ever going to have the answer for everybody. There is no, you know, when people say, like, oh, if my kid ever, and if my kid ever, you wait till you're faced with that. Because if you're not willing to stand behind your kid no matter what, then, you know, to me, that's the most important thing in life is, you know, I'm not saying like, no matter what my kid did, I would not necessarily support them if they were doing evil things, but I would, you know, I would still love them and be there for them no matter what. But, you know, I just think that people are too complex for there to be any answer that can fix every, you know, everything cannot just be fixed. There's not just an answer, you know,
Right. Yeah.
to everything. Because, you know, no matter what it is, there's going to be something. And there's going to be a lot of things because we live in a complex world with complex people.
That's it. Absolutely.
But, you know, I think everybody has the right to say whatever they want to say.
I agree.
You know, if they're willing to take the risk of losing their job, that's between them and their job. But I
Right.
don't think it has anything to do with the First Amendment. And I think a lot of people are conflating that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all.
It doesn't have anything to do with the First Amendment. I agree.
Yeah. So, well, thank you for talking to me and listening to me. I'm thankful to have spoken to you. I've been a fan for a long time, and I was hoping to get down to Boston and maybe see you there one day, but I never got there. But
Well,
I live in New
I'm-
Jersey, but
I'm up there pretty often, so you know.
yeah, maybe
Maybe.
Turtle Boy's next show. So,
All right.
all right, I'll let the next person talk. It was good talking to you. Thanks.
You too. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
And yeah, before I end this, let me just do this real quick. So the whole lawyer you know issue, right? Everyone wanted to get on my case about lawyer you know, right? Saying that I was throwing shade at him and whatever. I mean, you want to take it that I was throwing shade, that's on you. That's fine. I don't see it that way. I saw it as calling it as I see it. We as YouTube creators, we all the cool thing about being a YouTube creator is you could be a YouTube creator for various different reasons and have various different goals for being a YouTube creator. People take it like I'm throwing shade when I say that Lawyer You Know strikes me as a creator who has a brand and will do content based on anything that's going to build his brand. There's nothing wrong with that. That is capitalism at its best. That is perfectly okay. This man is an independent, he is an independent YouTube creator. Now, the issue with whether or not he's going to talk about Turtle Boy's case, I'm not criticizing him for not talking about Turtle Boy's case. I'm just hearing certain people who follow Turtle Boy going, oh man, you need to, like, lawyer, you know, Peter, you got to talk about Turtle Boy's case. It's so important, blah, blah, blah. Maybe he's not passionate about the First Amendment. Maybe he's not passionate about Aiden's case. Maybe he doesn't like Aiden. Who the fuck knows? My point being is that he has every right to not do it. But when I speculate as to why, I think that my speculations are fair. The fact is that, well, my opinion is that Peter runs his channel like a business. Like, you look at me right here. Like, I just did this stream right here is one of the biggest no-nos for a YouTube creator, especially one who talks about true crime. What you never ever do is discuss anything that even touches politics and sensitive issues such as this, because you might lose people. You're going to split people. People are going to go, wait a minute. I had no idea. I agreed with you on the Karen Reed stuff, and I agreed with you on the Turtle Boy stuff, but this, no. You crossed the line. Wait, you're going to tell me you're not a Trump supporter? Wait a minute. You're going to tell me you're not a Kamala or Biden supporter? And then all of a sudden, people find this out about me, and this is very important to them. And then all of a sudden, they go, fuck you. Let me see how many subscribers I lost so far since I started the stream. I've lost like 40 subscribers. Literally like 40 subscribers since I started this stream. I knew that going into it. Because I am no, and I'm not complaining. I'm making a point. I'm willing to take that risk because I love having a platform where I am that if I choose to, I could speak my mind on sensitive issues, because I feel like we're all adults and we should be able to discuss our differences and disagreements like adults. We can absolutely do it. Now, in fairness, I tend to get pretty immature and I call people retarded and cunts. I do that. I know that. But it doesn't mean that I have a lack of respect for you for having a different opinion. If I call you a retard or a cunt, it's because you're being ignorant. You're ignoring. You're only wanting to hear what you want to hear. You're applying only selective hearing, and I can't have a conversation with somebody like that. And I think you're a fucking retard if you can't do that, and you're an adult. And that's my opinion. So, but the thing is I take that risk. Because for me personally, how I run my channel, personally for me, it's not worth it to have a channel if I can't do things like this. And it is absolutely worth it to lose followers who feel so strongly against anything that I'm saying, as long as I get to say what I'm going to say. This channel is either for you or it isn't. It's okay. It's not a big deal. But the thing is, other creators, and I suspect that Peter's one of these creators, and no disrespect intended to him, he just runs his channel differently. There's probably a good reason, besides the fact that he's good looking, besides the fact that he is very intelligent, besides the fact that he's an attorney. Okay. There's a lot of good looking lawyers out there with channels who are very smart. There's a lot of those out there, but they don't have 500,000 subs like Peter does. Peter runs his channel like a business. Peter doesn't want to lose any subscribers. To Peter, losing one subscriber is a failure. Just like if you're a fucking manager at Chick-fil-A, well, okay, like it matters to that manager, that one customer who goes, you know what? I'm done here. That manager's going to go, well, what can I do? What can I do to keep you as a customer? I don't want to lose you. So I don't have a problem with that. It's not a criticism. I just do things differently. The reason why I take on Aiden's case and I talk about it as openly as I do and always have is because I'm very passionate about the First Amendment. And the reason why I am the way that I am when talking about the First Amendment, meaning that I don't squander my freedom of speech. The reason why I don't squander it is because how can I be a genuine advocate for free speech if I don't exercise it to its max? Peter doesn't claim any of these things. Peter is like, I'm a lawyer. I like to cover trials, and I like to add my insight to that, and I like to build off of that. I like to capitalize off of that. Why not? I have this insight. I have this talent. Why not? And so he runs his channel that way. At least I suspect that that's how he does so. I don't know. I'm not behind the scenes. But again, like I said, I am not criticizing him for that. I am simply saying these are the reasons why I suspect that he's not comfortable talking about Aiden's case. He feels that it might split his audience. He feels that it might cost him viewers. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just stating this is why I suspect when people are going, why won't he do it? I don't understand, blah, 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 blah. Because he doesn't necessarily, he might take requests, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to fulfill that request. He's going to do at the end of the day what's best for his brand. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. All I ever did was state the reasons as to why I theorize that he wouldn't do that. I don't think that he has the passion and the teeth, as I stated in Turtle Boy's chat, to take on this case, to take on his case. Because that teeth meaning, listen, I'm going to lose people and fuck how you feel about it. Fuck it. I know I'm going to lose people. It's fine. But I feel very passionate about this, and I'm going to use my platform to speak on it. I don't think that that's his priority. And no, it doesn't mean that he's toothless. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have any guts. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that he is merely trying to run his channel like a business. I understand that. I can relate to that to some degree. I just don't run my channel that way. But I have been in charge of running businesses, legitimate businesses before. And I understand that this is what you have to do. And you have to pander to your customers. And Peter, I suspect, sees his viewers as, to some degree, customers. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. He makes money on YouTube. Maybe he wants to make the most money he can on YouTube. Maybe he has an annual goal as to how much money he wants to make. And in order to fulfill said goal, you have to manage your shit a certain way. And so I suspect that that's what Peter does. And that's okay. I don't understand why this is so hard for people to understand. You're throwing shade at Peter, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm not. Maybe that's not how you saw him. And maybe I ruined that image for you. Fucking sorry. Too fucking bad. But again, at the end of the day, it's just my opinion. Why should that affect how you feel about him or me? I'm just saying, I don't fucking get it, dude. You know? Like, I don't get the whole, oh my God, Peter, you have to do this. You have to do this. Why aren't you doing this? It's wrong for you not to do this. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. And I get it. People are like, well, Peter has said that if it goes to trial, he'll cover it. Okay. But make no mistake that he's saying that because if it goes to trial, then it's going to be a big enough deal and it'll be worth it to him to cover it. Right now, it's not worth it to him to cover this. And at the end of the day, exactly, Cherry, at the end of the day, I don't fucking tell people what they should be doing with their content. Whatever they fucking do is whatever the fuck they do. When I talk about these things, the only people that I'm criticizing are the people who are arrogant enough to feel entitled enough to tell Peter what he should and shouldn't be talking about. I'm criticizing those people. I'm not criticizing Peter. I'm criticizing those people. Let the man fucking be. Let the man run his shit the way he wants to run his shit. Why are you so fucking worried about it? It's not the end of the world. Dude, you have Melanie Little went over this document that the mighty Mark Betterow and Olivia Nile worked so hard on, and she went over it for 4 fucking hours today. because she's passionate about it. Melanie Little has all the same qualities that Peter has. All the same qualities, same talent, same know-how. She has all of these things. But she chooses to talk about the things that she's passionate about talking about. She talks about cases that she is passionate about. And I'm not saying Peter doesn't. I'm not saying that Peter's never passionate about the cases he talks about. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that don't ever be so fucking arrogant as to tell creators what they should be talking about, what they shouldn't be fucking talking about. Who cares if Melanie is a working attorney or not? She's an attorney nonetheless. But people on the internet want to be like, oh, is the Glare and Peter beefing? Does the Glare have problems with Peter? No, I don't. I saw that he is considering doing a collab with Auntie Deb. I'm dying to see that because it would be fun and lighthearted. It's not going to split anybody down the middle. He covered the Karen Reed trial. He covered all of the shit that was happening in it because a lot of people were talking about it. It would draw views. I believe Peter runs his channel like a business. And that's okay. That's a good thing. It's not bad. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, you can't just expect people that you like and respect to be passionate about the same things that you're passionate about. You just can't do that. It's naive, to say the least. You should go check his channel out because Peter's channel is awesome. I like Peter's channel. Oh, I'm farther from that today. Right, Son. I'm much farther from that today. But again, like that's an example that I could set right there. Would I like to get to 50,000 subscribers? Sure. That'd be nice. But I'm not willing to focus on getting 50,000 subscribers in order to get 50,000 subscribers. I want 50,000 I want to reach 50,000 because people accept and enjoy the fact that I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want up here, regardless of whether or not it's going to cost me subscribers. I want subscribers who appreciate me for that. I want to get to 50K based on that. Not fucking, I mean, because if I wanted to get 50K, I'd get 50K. If I wanted to get 100K, I could get 100K. I could sit here and say, let's see, it's fucking September. By this time next year, I could be at 100,000 subscribers. I could absolutely do that. But I would have to compromise why all of you like watching me in order to do that. That's what it would cost. And that is too expensive. For me, it's too pricey. The price is too high. Compromising myself and the principles in which I've built this channel so far, compromising that is too high of a cost to get 100,000 subscribers. Right. That's how I see it. That's how most of you guys see it. But a creator like Peter's not going to see it that way. At least I suspect. I don't know this for a fact, but at least I suspect it. These are just theories. I don't know what it's like behind the scenes. I don't know what his producers. I remember there's creators that I was just like, you know what? Fuck them, dude. There was one creator. I'm not going to name who they are. But I started chatting behind the scenes with this person, and this person has hundreds of thousands. I don't even remember the number. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And this person would DM me behind the scenes and go, "Oh, I heard that you have this problem with this person." But, you know, getting involved in the drama it's way too below them. So what they thought is they would get in contact with me, and they could poke me and go, "Hey, that person that you had a problem with, they have a problem with me now, blah, 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 blah." And they were hoping to get me to start to basically to sick me on them like a dog, because I'm willing to compromise my shit to be real. But they missed the point. They think that I'm doing this. They were thinking that I do things for the same reasons that they do things, that I get involved and go after people because it's going to draw more views. I look at it like, dude, I'm compromising my shit. By getting petty and doing these petty streams, I lose people. Every time I lose people. I don't gain subscribers when I do that. I lose them. But it's because I'm like, you know what? Can't let that go. And so this person, as soon as this is what was fucked up. They felt so comfortable talking to me about it. They felt so comfortable. They felt so comfortable talking. No, it wasn't critical. It wasn't. You guys are never going to even guess who it was. They felt so comfortable talking to me about this shit and contacting me behind the scenes. And I was really glad to hear from them every time I did. And then one time I asked this person, "Hey, could you jump on my stream and do a live with me?" Because they're like, "I love your channel," and blah, 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 and getting, blowing all this sunshine up my ass, right? And I'm sitting there going, "Sure, thanks for that. It means a lot." And I was like, "Can you jump on with me? Because we're talking about the same case. Would you mind jumping on with me and doing this stream?" And then they were like, "Well, I got to talk to my PR person." That's what they said. "I got to talk to my PR person." And then they were like, and as soon as they said that, I was just like, all right, fuck them, But of course they end up getting back to me. So I talked to my PR person, and they're saying that it's probably not a good idea to collab with other creators because of this and this and this. And I fed me this whole shit that seemed completely and totally copy and pasted. Right? All of a sudden I wasn't talking to this person anymore. I was talking to a fucking conglomerate, not a person. And I lost all respect for that creator altogether, because this person had the audacity to try to instigate me to go after somebody that was talking bad about them. And here I am thinking, how dare this person have the audacity to be in such a large position, to have hundreds of thousands of subs, and be in this position to where they're bothered by what people are saying about them on the internet. And then they feel like they can fucking insult my intelligence by trying to manipulate me into going after them for their entertainment and gratification. Fuck you. Fuck you. That shit was insulting as fuck. And the thing is I'm a classy guy, believe it or not. I'm a classy guy. I could sit here and say who that was. It wouldn't fucking affect me in the slightest bit. But it would break your fucking heart if I told you who it was. You'd be like, "Oh my God, I never would have thought. Oh my God, this person, I would have never thought that." But I don't want to fucking be your dream wrecker. I'd rather you enjoy the illusion of them being this person that they paint themselves out to be. For you, not them. Fuck them. I could give a fuck about them. But for you. I don't want to ruin your image of them. Queen Bee, get the fuck out of my face. Jesus Christ. Are you serious? No, just stop trying to guess because you're never gonna fucking know who it was. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. That person knows who they are. And then after I expressed it on a live stream and basically said the same thing, except I was actually angry about it at the time and I went off talking about I'm not your junkyard fucking dog. Fuck you. Who the fuck do you think you are? And you no, it was definitely not Annie Elise. Annie Elise has fucking 1.3 million subscribers at this point, at least. And we covered the Karen Reed thing together. No, that's the cool thing about Karen Reed is she's awesome. Karen or Annie Elise is she's awesome. She never cares. She doesn't give a fuck about that. Annie is a loyal friend that's like, yeah, let's fucking talk about this shit. Let's do it. This person could only dream of being in the class of Annie Elise. This person could only dream of being in the same class as Annie Elise. And as a matter of fact, I know they do. So. I've never had a conversation with M. William Phelps. LTL doesn't have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And this was before the Karen Reed case even happened. So you guys don't even fucking know. This is way before that. Dolly doesn't have 100,000 subscribers or hundreds of thousands, much less. Neither does Betty. But I'll tell you, it was me talking about Betty that made this person reach out. It was me making fun of Betty and making fun of JLR that made this person go, oh my God. What are my thoughts on Vinny? Vinny Politan? I like Vinny Politan. I mean, the guy works, again, that's another thing, man. Like, he works for Court TV, man. Like, I'm not going to, like, you know, there are things about Vinny that I'm going to call out from time to time because he just is that. He's, at the end of the day, he's, a Court TV puppet. It is what it is. But I'm not going to hate on him for it, What was my sub count before Karen Reed? What was it? I think since I started covering Karen Reed, I probably gained about 30,000 subs. Yeah, I was only at like maybe 15,000, I think, when I first started covering Karen Reed. Yeah, 10 and 15K. Thank you, Bacon Pancakes. 1,200, you're saying? Imagine how many I would have gained had I bought a studio. Oh, no, bro. I saw you at the Wilbur, bro. You're a rock star. Like Aiden and Bettero were like the real rock stars at the Wilbur for sure. They were fucking amazing, dude. Like that shit was crazy. Like seeing Aiden get all that love, man. Like he really, really deserved that. That was awesome. You do, man. You're like a ninja, Microdots. You're like a ninja. I love the people who don't listen. These are my favorite people who just don't fucking listen. Oh, yeah. It wasn't a success. That's so funny. Like that packed fucking house and fucking that packed fucking house that was on its feet, like, says very differently. It was absolutely a success. Like, that was one of the best weekends I ever had. So much fun. So much fun. I can't wait till he does it again. And hopefully I'll be invited next time again too, and I won't fuck up my my delivery of my jokes. It was weird. I couldn't really hear myself. I was trying to process all the lights and shit. It really fucked me up. Like I was really in my own head that whole time, and it freaked me out. I would have loved to have been, if there could have been like a rehearsal or something like that beforehand, that would have been way more comfortable for me. But we didn't get there in time for that. I don't even know if there was one. What's up, Dina? Yeah, it is an honor to be called a grifter at this point. Absolutely. Like we were joking backstage. Like me and Bettero and Melanie Little, we were like, yeah, this grift is the shit. That was such a good time. And I like, since I've been sick, I've been sleeping in like increments. And I slept through Jimmy's live stream today and I missed it. I'm kind of bummed. Yeah, don't forget, guys, Microdots has that Turtle Boy video in the works. It's coming soon. I can't wait for that shit. Oh my God, Carla Maria gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that. You know what I'm thinking about doing? I'm thinking about going over that motion. I mean, I got time. We're going on 4 hours here. But I'm so sick of laying in my bed and binge watching shit. I watched some cool shit though. Like I'm thinking about ending this stream and then starting another one and going over the the motion, because I do have thoughts on it. But dude, like, I watched the latest Mission Impossible movie, because I had to watch the other one, the last one before that one again, because I forgot about it. I forgot how it went. And then I watched this new one and I was like, fuck yeah, this was pretty good. Very good. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was all right, you know. Right now I'm watching Black Rabbit on Netflix. I'm on like episode 2, maybe. So I'm really interested in that. But yeah, so stay tuned, folks. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna end this one and then just start another one. It's Donnie Darko shit, the Black Rabbit one. I don't know. The knee's getting better. Like, I could walk without a cane. I just got a new I got to go get it because I think it got delivered. But I got a new knee brace because this one got torn. So it's not giving me the support I need, and since I'm not using the cane right now, or as little as possible to walk, I want to have better support for my knee right now. But yeah, I should grab that in between live streams. Yeah, I do a little, physical therapy. If I hadn't been sick, I would have been going back to the gym as soon as I got back from Boston. But this flu kicked my ass. I mean, that weekend kicked my ass into a flu is what happened. That weekend was amazing, and it kicked my ass into a flu to where, like, I get on the plane. I wasn't even really feeling it. And then I got on the plane, and then my ears got all clogged. And I started sneezing like crazy. The poor lady next to me was just like, and I'm sitting there, yeah, I'm sorry. Terrible. I was totally that guy making somebody else's plane ride fucking terrible. I feel bad about that, but hopefully I didn't get her sick. Probably did. Because, big metal tube, 39,000 feet in the air. Yeah. But yeah. So. Dude, it was a wild weekend, man. I'm trying to tell you, like, that shit was crazy. We had so much fun. Like, Sunday night was just cool, man. Hanging out with Jason Grant and Allison and JFK and James Jackson. That was just fun. Yeah. And we saw Fu Manchu, and we went to we saw Fu Manchu live. We went to back to the encore. But I'm glad I got this off my chest today. I appreciate everybody for indulging me. Because I know in the true crime community, talking about the things I talked about today is a big no-no, but that's kind of why I'm like, fuck you. But I appreciate those of you who enjoyed it, and understand where I'm coming from. And I especially appreciate the people who didn't agree with me, but understood where I was coming from and was willing to hear my opinions, man. That's a big deal. That really, really resonates with me is those of you who can disagree with me and still see that it doesn't define me as a person just because I don't agree with you, and we can, you know, discuss things. That's really means a lot. So thank you guys for that. My McLeans, never take you guys for granted. Promise. But yeah. Anyways, guys, I am going to wrap this up. I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.
Watch out!
Today, being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school, just like their neighbors, and come back to a real home. A supervised home, right in the neighborhood, where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.